would be hilarious. Start screaming. There you go. I have done it.
Hey, do you want to include like live or recording somewhere in like the channel name or status so people know?
Yes, I want to put it here. Right, so people know that it is live. I know I could do also like a big button that's red or whatever. I don't know. I don't know how that's done.
Yeah, like the little red dot.
Yeah.
Let me find that red dot.
No, there's like a literally like a streaming or whatever button. I don't know. I'm just gonna do this, like live.
Here, I found one.
No, because it's from like oh, there you
Bam!
go.
Oh shit, that one's
Oh man,
big.
yeah, yours is better. Okay, where did you get that? God damn it.
My Schwartz is bigger than yours.
Yeah, well, apparently it is. Okie dokie. So I did do some advertising today on some other channels around here. People got annoyed at me for doing that, and imagine how much I cared about them doing that. Not at all, because it is actually irrelevant. I don't care if people get mad. I'm going to do my thing.
I feel like if you joined the channel and didn't advertise, they would likely still be mad at you.
Yeah, probably. And you know what? I'm also going to do it right now. I'm just going to go up. I'm
Damn.
going to go to the event. I'm going to copy link, and I'm just going to fucking paste it in like places, right? Because yeah, I don't care if people get mad at me.
Let it rip.
Yes, I want people to know it's here live. Okay, I'm going to go into the other channels. Islam versus Christianity. Who cares about that? Let's talk about how God doesn't have a good argument for himself, right? That's actually the more important thing than that. So yeah, there is no good argument for God, and I'm really hoping there's gonna be some believers that actually come here and try to defend their faith, and maybe they will present us an argument that is good. I remember like last time we went through all the arguments for God. But yeah, let's see. I see there's at least one person that is religious in this VC. I love Jesus. So do you want to talk about it? I love Jesus. What do you think? Do you want to have a conversation or not?
We'll give it a go. Yeah, why not?
Okay. So me and Christian, we don't really believe in God. We haven't found any good arguments to believe it. So why do you believe in God? What convinced you?
The revelations of reality.
What does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean? That means you didn't put it here. I didn't put it here. We can make sense of it. Ideally, we would live coherent.
Your mic's kind of cutting out a little bit.
Yeah, a bit.
Sorry, it was a bit far from my face.
Beautiful.
Now it's a lot better, indeed.
None of us are the arbiters of reality. Or if we go with Descartes, none of you are even real, and you're all figments of my imagination. You're all in my simulation.
I don't think Descartes
either way
actually said that.
All of these entities. No, he's all he can know is himself.
Depends what you mean by knowing, right?
Latin or whatever.
Yeah, cogito ergo sum.
Therefore yes. I am. Yeah. But the implications of that. Anyway, that's not what that was a slight tangent. We can get into that if necessary later. But because none of us are the arbiters, it's ideal that we all live cohesively and I don't care to get into sort of coherence philosophy on that, but because I don't know it apart from broadly. So if we can all work with an understanding of something that is greater than us, that dictates much of our parameters, that has established those parameters and how we all will operate within them, and how we perhaps should, because if we try to operate contrary to those realities,
But that's the
we
whole
can
point,
fool some
right?
people
That is the
sometimes,
question.
but we can't fool all the people all the time.
So you said it's like
What
if
do
we
you
can
mean that
all
is the
believe
question?
that. So if we can all believe that, then something. But that's the
No,
point.
it's not.
I don't
So
believe that.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Like, it is true. So if you,
Oh, but that's the
it's
question.
just a real
What is the
simple
argument? That's
yeah,
the
okay.
case.
So what do you mean?
So you're saying there's
What do you mean?
something that created the universe and that created the
Not
laws
necessarily.
of the
That's not
universe.
necessarily the argument. That's not where I care to defend it from at this point, because it's way too oversimplified and it's meaningless at this point.
For
I
what it's
don't
worth,
care
too, I
to
feel like we kind of gave you two separate questions, right? Because like originally it was like, we're talking about arguments for God, and then Daniel asked you, like, why do you believe in God? So I feel like you've been giving us a good explanation about why you
I
believe, but
said
like,
the
do you think
revelations
that
of
right?
reality,
But like, do
and
you
then I was
think that there
asking
are
about
any philosophical arguments for God that are particularly strong?
all of them at the same
All
time.
of them.
Yes.
So which one do you think is the
Especially
strongest?
the banana argument?
There's a paradox in this line of reasoning, in that we cause to become true the things we act upon from our ideas. And so it's not about whether any sort of one philosophy is necessarily true. It's paradoxical in that's not possible, because we simply we don't have that understanding, because we don't know all things. And so sort of to reason from an idea that there is one philosophy that describes it is sort of, you then get into the argument of, oh, so this philosophy is wrong and that philosophy is wrong, when really all of the philosophies have different parts that are true at the same time as all the others. And it doesn't mean that any one of them is true or that any one of them is false, because they have contradictory parts to each other as well. And so it's a weird line of reasoning to go down. And it's so for example, it's not true because the Bible says it, but the Bible states to set your hearts and minds on things above, and other words somewhere else, to not concern yourself with earthly matters. And what these sort of allude to is that you can spend eternity sort of figuring out earthly things, the arguments we have, the diameters, the parameters even of material things, and you wouldn't even get halfway to understanding all of information, let's say. And it doesn't change either. It's like you can measure it, but it was what it was before you measured it, and it will continue to be what it is after you measure it, and there's nothing you can do about it. And you still have to navigate even while not knowing the things that you don't know the parameters about. And so how do you do that? Because we are doing it.
Well,
when we
yeah,
need
but
to do it,
we
it's
still need to have like an
requirement.
argument, right? So it's like you believe in God, and it's like you have an argumentation for why you believe in God, right? So it's like I think like every person that believes in a God or gods does have like at least one strong argument in their opinion as to why they believe in that God, and that's what I'm interested in. It's like I'm interested to see exactly, okay, what is the argumentation? Is it just like, you have like a personal revelation? Well, if you have a personal revelation, then I cannot compete with that, because that's by definition is just first person, right? I could never understand your revelation, right? Your personal experience, right? If that's the case, then it's where the argument stops, right? Because you could only justify that to yourself. So
Yeah,
do you have like an
this is what I'm
argument that is
trying.
good for the existence of God, that you believe is really solid and should make us believe in God?
Well, clearly, it's a very difficult thing to do, and there are none because people like yourself exist. Like what you're asking me to do, in some ways, this is a silly analogy. It's a weak analogy, but it still kind of works. Is you're asking me to prove to you that you would enjoy the experience of a roller coaster, and I can do a lot of things to describe that experience to you. But unless you go and do it for yourself, you will never have that information. It's not possible.
Well, that's
So I
not a
can't
good analogy
give
for a
you
different
the
reason.
experience. I said it was a weak one, but yeah.
No, but it's not a good
I can't
analogy.
give you
Not
that
weak. I
experience.
said it's not good because it's like when you believe in God, you believe God exists in reality, right? So it would be, if you're trying to talk about roller coaster, it's like you trying to convince me that roller coasters exist.
No. That's not the same thing.
No,
So it's
yeah, I
there's
think I hear
another
what you're
part of
saying.
this. There's another part of this.
'Cause
So it's not necessarily that God, quote unquote, exists in reality, because the thing that God is transcends sort of existence in that framework. Like, it's, how do you explain such a thing that's higher in or whatever, like that transcends the idea? Like, I'm not trying to prove that God exists or care to prove that God exists in reality. That it doesn't really make sense.
What do you mean it doesn't make sense?
Well, what's important is that I'm not here to convince you necessarily either. Like, I was simply, this started from you asked me why I believe in God, and what I believe is that everybody can benefit from such an idea, but benefit doesn't do enough either, because then you can just say, oh, I'm just going to self-help book that benefits me. It's such an all-encompassing idea to try and narrow it down to these singular avenues of existence in reality, or
So would you be
one
more
kind
of like a cumulative case kind of guy, right? Who says like it's not one particular argument, not one particular piece of evidence, but just the overall, the whole package that makes it worth believing?
Yeah, so this is where I started. Like, what reality reveals to me is that for as long as I live for God, live according to God, quote unquote, in existence, the truth is revealed and comes to be exactly as God has stated in the Bible, but within physics, within maths, within logic.
But I clearly just
so
don't
it's-
believe that. I mean, you're saying that,
What do you
but
mean
it's
you don't?
like, I mean, I don't believe there's any
Okay.
God that required for the existence of math or for the existence of the universe.
So this is a weird framing as well. That God's required. Like, the idea isn't that God is required for that. It's like the God is there and provided all that is.
Yeah, but that's the claim.
Whether you believe in it. No. I know. Hear me out. It doesn't matter whether you believe in it or not.
No. Look. Okay, so I love Jesus. Just a second. I understand that whether if God exists, whether or not I'm convinced, based on the arguments or the evidence, he would still be there, right? The thing is like you are making the claim that he exists, right? That's the thing.
No, I have said already that I'm not.
No. It's like if you're saying he doesn't exist, no. This is a true dichotomy. Either something exists or it doesn't exist. There's no in between. No matter how much you try to philosophize it, there's no such thing as in between.
There is an in between. So there is an in between. Like, there's
there
a
isn't.
paradox. There is.
Let's hear him out, Daniel.
So hear him out. So there's the idea that, for example, gravity and time are intrinsically linked, and entropy, and etc. And so it's maybe possible. I don't know scientifically or whatever, but it's possible that, like, time is like a singular thing that has happened and is happening for something that is outside of it. Time is not.
Time is relative.
We exist through. Well, that's not.
Yes, I mean, go ahead, Bruce. Hang on. But I don't think it's going to be
okay, guys. It's like this
is
like everybody has a place.
If time is relative, then it's possible that there is a state that moves so fast that time is an instantaneous moment that has been and gone already for that thing, and we're just inside of it in a different relative reference frame. So, that's
How does that
essentially.
relate to God?
I've
though?
forgotten where I was going with that. Well, in trying to define whether God exists in logic around time and entropy, etc., etc., it's the idea sort of transcends that to the point that God is the thing that has encompasses what time is. God has moved at a relative pace. It knows all of what's within it, and
No, but now you're talking
created
about the
it. And
attributes of God. I
yeah,
don't care about the attributes of God now necessarily. I'm trying to
well,
see, it's like, is
kind
God
of,
even
but
a concept
what
that
I'm
we should
trying
take
to
into
describe is that
consideration?
there's a reference frame. It's not that necessarily. Okay, should maybe that's arguable, but by taking it
Okay,
into consideration
let's do it
rather
this other
than
way.
sort of trying
Just a
to
second.
try.
Maybe
So real quick, let me just get
maybe
this
there's
point out before
something
I forget. So before I
issue.
forget, like, rather than trying to prove the thing exists, maybe sort of act towards the revelations that are available to you.
I have no
This is difficult to
revelations.
explain how. Obviously, I
I mean, you keep saying
do.
that, but I
You
don't
put your
have any
hand in fire,
revelation.
you're gonna get burned. Like,
Yeah, there's no God
yes,
required for me not to do that.
revelations are all around you.
That's
No,
your claim.
there is.
That's your
But
claim.
you can take this for yes, but you can take this for granted, and it's a very simplistic
I don't
part
need
of the
to.
claim. It's silly if we're going to boil down to. Oh my goodness!
No, it's not silly. It's actually very very
take this.
unsilly. It's like you're saying that
No,
me not putting my hand in fire is a revelation from God, and I just totally disagree with
that's
that.
what's silly. That's what silly is. You're boiling down on this one fire analogy. That's the
I
silly
mean,
thing.
you said it. It wasn't me saying it. So I don't know. I don't know what else should I say. Should I just talk about things you haven't mentioned?
Maybe conceptualize. Maybe allow yourself
cool.
to conceptualize.
But let's start from another perspective, because I feel like there's a lot of philosophy babble. It's just like I don't understand it at all, right? I don't get exactly what you're saying.
Essentially transcends language.
Just a second. I love Jesus. I love Jesus. I need to also speak, right? We need to have a conversation.
Meaning to each other. Yes.
Yeah, but it's like we need to have a conversation. So the thing is, like, when I say God, right? What do you understand when I say God? What is your understanding of God? If you were to define it, how would you define it?
The pinnacle of all things and all unthings.
I do not understand what that means.
Everything and nothing. Well, this is
the pinnacle of nothing. What is the pinnacle of nothing? Again, is this just you're using words that don't really have a meaning? I mean, I feel like I'm talking with Jordan Peterson right now.
If you want to analyze everything sort of within, if you want to focus on earthly matters, concern yourself with earthly matters, you're going to get bogged down in the technicalities, and the technicalities are irrelevant because you still, apparently we all still, and it helps us to have meaning through this reality. We still have to navigate it through all the technicalities, and the technicalities are useful scientifically. Sure, we could make phones with them and we can communicate with them, which is really cool. But
and we can demonstrate their existence.
Doing that.
Yes.
And, yes, we can demonstrate their quote unquote existence, but like you can't demonstrate the existence of your dreams and the meaning that you have. Of course, in life. Like this
the meaning. I make my own meaning. Yes. Again, it's like you're saying things we can't do that, but we can all do that.
Yes.
All of us can do that.
Well, but you include. What you're saying, Daniel, is that the meaning. That's the meaning that you would be demonstrating isn't like an intrinsic, like it's not an objective fact of the universe that it's meaning, right? You're saying that you give it meaning.
Yeah, but it's objective that I do it.
Say about God.
Yeah, but it's objective that I do it. What he's saying is that there's this God. This God actually gives me meaning, which is like I don't buy that.
No. Yes and no. That's not what I'm saying. That's not the entirety of what I'm saying. So yes, we make our own meanings for sure. But we seem to, it works better for everything if we operate within what we know we should. And if we make meaning out of something that's nonsensical in reality and we try to live according to that, we quickly get to the point of the consequence of not adhering to what reality is. So if we tell ourselves that we can fly and we're walking towards a cliff and then we step off of it, the consequence is we can't fly and we fall off the cliff. So
Yeah, we
where was I
don't do
going with
that
that?
because we already know that, and we understand the laws of physics well enough
No,
to
but we
actually
can
know
take this for
that.
granted. We
And
can
not
take
only
this
that,
simplistic
not only
analogy. See,
that,
you get
not only
bogged down in these silly
can I?
analogies, and you make it silly,
Yeah, but
Daniel. You're making it
I
silly.
make it silly. It's like we've been talking for 20 minutes, and I'm trying even to understand your idea of God, and it's like I haven't understand. I don't know if anybody here understood your
Because you
idea
go
of
back
God
to
and
the
what it means.
technicalities.
But what do you mean the technicalities? It's like I don't
mean,
understand why you're saying technicalities here, because that's
There is
what I'm trying
nothing
to understand. Is
technical
like,
about your meaning. Okay.
so
There is
why do
nothing
you believe
technical
in God
about
in
your
that
meaning.
case? what do you
Oh
what do you
my
mean there's nothing
goodness.
technical about
It's
my
not
meaning?
that simple. It's clearly not that simple an answer, Daniel. I can't just tell
But it
you why I
is.
believe in God. I'm trying to give you sort of conceptual ideas about what I experience in reality and see if they correlate with anything that you experience in reality. And then we can try and work on how we think that these things come about. But every time I mention something or make an analogy, you focus on the technicalities of the analogy rather than
What else
try
should
to
I
figure
focus
out
on?
what the meaning.
Well,
Because it's
I
just
mean, because
babble.
required
It's
for
like
instance,
whenever
like-
you're saying
yeah.
these things,
If
for
I
me
may,
it's just
let me
babble.
try and mediate this. Let me try and step in here and mediate this, right? Because I feel like what's happening here is that, please, is I feel like Daniel, like you're wanting a specific, like syllogism, like an argument for this like classical theistic conception of God, right? And I think that
Not
Threesis
even
is trying to
that.
give you something else, right? That's not exactly what he's trying to represent, and he's trying to give us a different notion and like maybe a different way of trying to get to it. But I think
Another
that look, when he's giving these analogies, like analogies are always going to break down, right? Like we can
Yeah.
always find something that's disanalogous, otherwise it wouldn't be an analogy. But I feel like he has a point where he's trying to say like he's trying to use these analogies to convey certain things, and then you're just picking the disanalogous parts, right?
Yeah, but I don't even understand what exactly he's trying to do. Because again, you can't just say I believe in God and then not be able to actually at least give a definition
Okay.
of what the
So,
thing is you believe in.
Sean, if I may, Daniel, I can cut this
There's
down
thousands of
from
years
like
of
a
people trying to
20-minute
do this.
conversation to like one. So here's the problem, and you're going to keep bouncing back and forth on this no matter what happens, because of the way that Daniel thinks and because of the way that you're trying to convey information. The moment that you start saying, well, here's an analogy for something, and it doesn't have bearing in scientific reality, you've lost the ground. If you can, what Daniel wants, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Daniel, hard evidence of your belief in God, something that shows there is no undeniable way that, like, even if it was something down to the very beginning, this is why science has boiled down to like, hey, maybe God's in the Big Bang, and it means it's in everything. That's why, because there is no good answer right now to God being real,
there is no
except
good- yes.
except the very core.
Yeah, but I wasn't
So
even trying to do that.
I obviously can't provide such
gonna bounce back and
I
forth
didn't
when
ask for
you're
that.
doing right.
Like
I
there's
did not ask
Am I
for
thousands of
wrong
that.
though?
years
Is that
people
where it's gonna
trying to
bounce
do
back
this.
and forth? Is that where it's gonna bounce though?
No, but so
Well,
what I asked
not
for
if-
is
not
like
if
just a second. I
that
love
you
Jesus.
change his
I
perspective.
want to clarify because like Plongo had the like he did say something that was
Thank
like
you.
good.
I did ask you to. So
But
thank
yeah, because first it's like you started with like this philosophical like talking, which is like I'll be honest, it's like it didn't relay anything to me. It was just like, oh, this is a big mystery that I'm trying to explain.
I know.
But then I went to, okay, so what exactly is God for you, right? Because it's like if you believe in something, you should at least be able to tell people what that thing is. And not even that question actually had an answer from you. So that's why, like, for me, it's like I don't even know what you believe in. Because I see your name, and your name is I love Jesus, right? So that would lead me to the conclusion, especially since I know you from before, right? That you actually are a Christian. So you would believe in the God of the Bible, right? You would believe in Jesus. So there is something that's down to earth, right? Like those earthly things. That being said, it's like you're now appealing to something that's like a mystery that's built upon a mystery that's built upon an enigma that nobody understands, but somehow you believe in.
So yeah, Jesus is the analogy of how one might be able to get oneself closer to God. The entire story and interpretations of Jesus, the idea of Jesus is that. And so yeah, this is the thing that you're asking me to to convey, and obviously there are many interpretations of that. One thing what I was going to say, and I've lost it. Doesn't matter. Let me think for a sec.
Wait,
You
I
said
just
something.
joined. I've been listening for a bit. Can I throw a couple of items? I feel like one of the main issues you guys are having is they're starting from a scientific and materialist perspective. They have this very
Maybe that's what I said.
impersonal,
Ah.
perspective.
I even said that's
And
not the
you
case.
have-
Here's one part of that
No,
perspective then. Like,
he's
so
right.
science, as valid as it is, science only discovers and provides useful description for us for what is already there. Okay, so it's there before science can do anything about it. Science doesn't bring any new universal information into reality. It just discovers it and describes it back to us. So science is secondary to what it already
try and get
is.
this
think
back
what
on
he's
the
more
rails.
We still have
interested
to navigate
Hang on, because
it without science.
neither Daniel nor I have
Science doesn't
mentioned.
arbitrate.
Hang on,
Okay.
real quick, to try and get this back on the rails. Neither Daniel nor I have mentioned needing to come from a scientific perspective, materialism, determinism. None of that stuff has been brought up, right? We're happy to entertain philosophical arguments for God, but I think that what we really need to do at this point is get an argument on the table so that we know what we're talking about. Are we talking about the ontological argument, the moral argument, the cosmological argument, some other type of argument? Any of these are fine, right? But we just look, and if you want to say that there's a cumulative case, that's fine too. Maybe we can put that on the table. We can talk about whether that's a good idea, like whether that in principle that can prove it. But like, I think we should try and focus things up and really get like a set topic on the table.
Yeah, we need to have
Especially
something
like
on
an
the
argument, I
table
think,
because
would be-
right now the table is kind of empty, right? And we're looking at an empty table and trying to say, oh, you see, it's God, and I'm looking at the table and it's empty. There's nothing there.
God
Well,
is
why would
the
God? Why
provider
would
and
belief in
revealer
God be
of all
access
that
to
is
reason?
true.
Sorry, it's like okay, guys. So first of all, let's not overtalk each other that much. Okay, I know it's not that easy, but let's just take it one at a time. So I love Jesus. What were you trying to say?
God is the provider and revealer of all that is true.
That's the claim. So what is the argument
Yes.
for that claim being
Everything
true?
that is provided to me and has been revealed points towards there being a God.
That's the claim. What I'm trying to ask is for the argument towards that claim being true. Because just what you did right now, is like you said, it's the look at the trees argument. Oh, look at the trees. Yeah, I looked at the trees all my life. Nothing points me to a God, right? And when I was a believer, it had nothing to do with like external reality. It was just a feeling inside of me that kind of felt, oh, it's like I'm kind of convinced of that argument that God exists.
So multiple things are true at the same time, and so if one lives and acts according to what they know to be true, and does what they know they should do,
You mean what they
to
believe to
the
be true?
parameters of reality.
Hang on,
No.
let him finish, let him
See,
finish.
this is so it is partly what they believe to be true, because I don't know how best to explain this, but sort of different levels of intellect. So if you live on the idea of the fear of God, you'll sort of get yourself most of the way to doing according to what is the true thing, and that's why it kind of works on many levels. But you can boil this down to, well, any specificity that you're able to reach, really, and all the way down. It has to be true. I'm just saying bullshit.
Yeah, I mean that's what it kind of
truth
seemed to me. Yes.
Yes, but like so if you take the simple idea,
Let me argue
I
the
think I
theistic
can fly,
perspective.
and I step off of a cliff. So there are a bunch of things that are already true about that, and so my philosophy should coincide at least with the fundamental truths I can understand, and then if we are to look to scripture, for example, it should also coincide with what can be analogized or implied through the stories in scripture. So what am I saying here?
So wait. Are we talking scriptures? Like which scripture? Do we go to the Quran? Do we go to the Bhagavad Gita? The
I
Bible? Like
So
which scripture?
all of them in some ways.
All
but
of them?
we look at yes, but we look at it in context. And so if we can see, so for example, in the Bible, it might say that let's just take an extreme example: man should not lie with another man. This is an abomination. Like this isn't a truth. This doesn't correlate
How do you know
reality. Well, because people exist as homosexuals and they are still able to operate very well within sort of the parameters of, I'm going to say, Christianity, but for God and towards what is true, regardless of their relationship or sexual status. Like these things individually, they don't seem to matter in that regard.
So why do I need scriptures in that case? If there's gonna be like a lot of things in them that I shouldn't use.
So you keep asking these questions. It's not that you need them, okay? You don't need them, okay? But if you want to, and you care to act according to what is true, and you would like some guidance in that, then there is already, it is written, and it is revealed. There are paths for you, and much of it we take for granted because many people have taught it in many ways. But if you go to the source yourself, you can have an even more meaningful and deeper understanding. Yeah, so it's not that you need to; it's that it is already revealed. And it's available to you if you really care to want to get towards the truth of the matter. It's already there for you.
That's the whole discussion is like, what is the truth of the matter? Because you keep referencing the truth of the matter, but apparently, like no religious persons are able to actually, agree on what the truth is, right? Because you wouldn't agree with the Muslim or with the Hindu or with an ancient Greek, or with an ancient Roman, or with like the Norse people, or like any other religion that ever existed on the planet, context. Right?
So if we look at the context, there is much that I probably would agree on. But if we start getting into the technicalities of, we must do this exact thing as some human, as they interpreted, has written it down, so man should not lie with man, like that's clearly on its own is nonsense. It's a useful idea
according to you.
Want a civilization that thrives. No, so here so let me give you an idea in reality about why that might be true. Okay, so if you have a civilization that you'd like to thrive, and you've somehow become the ruler of it, and you believe that there's something greater than you, how noble, and you would like more people to come to your idea, and you have some influence over that, then man lying with man is not going to produce more life. And so you might set a rule that prohibits it, so that only life is going to come into your realm, into your kingdom. And so straight away you can see, it's useful to have an idea like that, but it's clearly just a human idea. There's no more actual meaning. It just gets you most of the way to propagating life, which seems to be the thing required for thinking. And therefore, if we're all going to think and we're all going to be alive, then let's all aim towards the same ideal of a God.
I mean, I love Jesus.
that's kind of interesting.
Look, I agree with you. Just a second. It's like, I agree with you. It's like, that should be taken by all Christians ever as something that's not literal. That's something that was just like man-made and put in the Bible. That being case, the fact is that even today, a lot of Christians, right, do believe that's coming from God, and would actually regard you as a type of heretic for actually saying that's not coming from God.
True. This
is
true.
Which one do I believe?
My answer to that is you believe God, okay? So these Christians, many, even myself.
No, but I don't believe in God. That's the thing. We're talking about something that's written down.
So, but you asked, let me try and answer your question. So you're saying these Christians say this and that about God, and I'm saying something else about God. The thing is, Christians don't arbitrate what God is. The idea, they're all just aiming at the same idea, and there are many conflations to make. Like I said earlier, there are different levels of intellect. So people they conflate the idea of the Bible being the thing that you should follow because it talks about God. But if we look at the Bible and we truly inspect the Bible and take it in all its context, all it is the musings of humans who are all aiming towards God. It's their experiences as they are aiming towards God. And what they have revealed is what God has revealed to them, and there is truth amongst it. But what they have literally written is, even in the cases where some are oracles, is not literally the entire word of God. It can't be that because humans just don't have.
Oh,
the
no, but I believe
capacity
it's
to
0%
relay
of the word of God. So what I believe is that all these books that I mentioned,
So
they're literally just the musings of people and their ideas, right? Either they were like deliberately lying
Okay.
to other people, or they
So-
were just like delusional, or they were like just like mentally ill, or whatever it was. It was just humans, right? Humans writing stuff down, and there's no God, right?
So
That's
there's
what I believe.
coherence in the meaning throughout these stories. I know that's what you believe, but there's so the way I'd pick this apart, and I want to avoid sort of being personal. I don't want to offend you, and I don't
Oh,
want
you're
to sort of
not.
make up
Don't worry about
analogies
it.
about you and these ideas. So sorry if I do, is what I'm trying to say there. But like, you can know that if you act on ideas that you can't control yourself over. So for example, you have lustings for another woman. This is a very simplistic idea. Let's not get bogged down in the analogy. Let's just sort of go with it. But you have lustings for another woman. If you get to the point that your discernment leads you to the idea that you must be with this other woman for your ultimate fulfillment, okay, you're going to go astray. This is already true, that if you act on these lusts, you are going to break up a meaningful relationship that you already have, and it's going to be wrong for many people. Okay, and you can know beforehand that how to do that, but the problem is it's very easy in these situations of sort of extreme passion to get lost in the idea of that is where my fulfillment is. And much of what the Bible tries to relate is that these are all things in life, these are parts of life, but let's not let these things, these ideas of fulfillment be tied to simplistic human ideas like, oh, that other woman will be my ultimate fulfillment, and we treat that thing, that idea, that concept like it is a god. We act towards that thing and make true something that we
What does that
already know
mean?
will
I
bring
still don't
into
understand what
reality.
it means.
Listen,
I mean, I'm listening to you, but again, it's like, again, I'm also not trying to offend you. No, it's like literally 0 sense. Like literally
don't think you're
nothing makes sense. No, I'm listening
Wow. Real
very
quick.
intently, and
Real quick,
nothing
just-
made sense to me.
If you
For-
cheat on your wife, okay, Daniel, let me simplify it. If you
Just hang
cheat
on,
on your
real
wife,
quick,
okay,
just real quick,
you are
just
going
for
to
the
bring
sake of the
into
argument,
reality
just for the
some-
sake of the
some
discussion,
horrible,
if we could-
horrible realities, things.
Okay,
True or
but
not?
let Christian let Christian like
Can I,
talk.
hang on, real
We're
quick.
gonna keep
Can
this in mind.
Yeah, let me try and get in real quick, right? Like I said, like I'm still unclear as to what the fuck the point of this discussion is right now. Is
Same.
what's happening right here that Threesus is trying to convince you, Daniel, to believe in God, or are we trying to understand why he believes in God? What is happening right
No,
Well, I
none
mean,
of that.
I've
None
asked
of
I feel
those
like we're
things are
switching
what
between
God
both.
is.
No.
Oh, wait, just a second, because he
Right.
was
So okay,
asking.
I think it's clear
So-
that we have a disconnect in what the purpose of this discussion is right now. So
I mean,
that's
I
the
asked
first
him
thing
what
that we need to
God
do.
is.
We need to get on the same page.
So look, I've asked
So,
I
alright,
love
but
Jesus.
like I said,
So
are we
let me-
trying
Okay,
to understand?
guys,
I can
one at a
summarize.
time.
Let me
No,
summarize.
okay, let me do it because it's my show
So
and I'm responsible for
you're all
this.
pontificating about what might be happening, and I can just tell you where
I'm
it's
gonna
come
tell you.
from
I'm
and
gonna
where
tell you
it's
what I
leading from.
understand from this, right? And this is important, right? So it's like I've even asked you. It's like, what is God? You couldn't answer me what God is. I've asked you
I did.
what
I literally
arguments.
said God is the provider and revealer of all that is true. And then you asked me, so what is true? And so I'm trying to reveal to you a concept that maybe you think is true or not. And if it's not true, then I'd like to hear your reasoning as to where the fallacies are. And if not, then
Okay,
we
provide
can
an
carry
argument
on from
then.
there. Maybe
Provide
with
an
a new
argument then.
axiom. I was describing the idea of what is true.
No, but that's describing an
Okay.
idea, not an argument. There's a difference
Okay,
between
I'm
describing an
trying to.
idea and having an argument.
No, but that's not where we're at. You asked me to to try to describe to you what I think to be true, and that's very difficult to do.
I still don't
I was trying to
understand what we're
give a
discussing right now.
concept, a story, an
I'm
Same.
idea.
completely lost in this dialectic.
Okay.
I
Okay,
just
okay,
don't
okay.
what you guys
Is this
fighting?
true? Is this
No, he's
true or not?
explaining.
Okay. If you cheat on your wife, you are going to bring into reality some horrible, horrible things. Yes
Potentially, yes.
or no? Probably in most cases.
I said potentially. Obviously, it's like I don't know. It's like I
Okay.
cannot read the future,
Okay.
so there's no way for me
All
to
right,
know.
th-
But
that-
yes,
that's
potentially
good.
that could be the
That's a good
case.
point.
Yeah.
Okay, how far are we willing to go on this potentiality? Is
However you
is
want
it
to go,
something-
because I need to understand your position, and thus far I understood zero of what you said.
if you act towards what you know to be true, then you will continue to be fulfilled.
That's some meaningless phrase.
Yes.
Like, to me, it doesn't really mean anything. If you act towards what you mean to be true, what does that mean? If you act towards what you know to
So-
be true.
Like, do you know what wisdom is? I'm not saying I'm wise here. This is not what I'm trying to do. I'm interested in what do you think that
I mean, I
wisdom is?
understand the concept of wisdom, right? But I don't know what you mean by it, because it's like right now it's important what you think
Okay.
about it.
You are an agent in time through and with entropy and all the physics and blah blah blah.
Yeah,
And
I'm a
if you-
physical being. Yes.
If you get into a car and run somebody over, you can't reverse that. You've killed somebody,
Yes.
and there is meaning that comes from that. All right, cool. So you should act in a way that if you have wisdom about what you know would kill somebody very highly potentially by getting into a car and sort of being very reckless in the way that you control it, you could very highly potentially kill somebody. And so your wisdom would be not to do that. Right?
Okay, so-
you're an agent through time.
Yeah,
and
no,
you
I
can
get it.
have some information about the future. Whether it comes true or not isn't the important part, but you can know that you can make true something that is either is coherent with the ideal that we all seem to share. We all don't want to die. You don't want to die, so why would anybody else want to die by being run over by a car, for
that's
example?
fine.
There are
But look,
people that do,
okay,
and they are
let's simplify
exceptions
this.
to the rule.
Let's not pontificate too much, okay, on this point. So the thing is, yes, is it true that you can run somebody with your car and potentially kill them? Yes, it's extremely true, right? And we know that to be a fact of reality. And now
Mhm.
it's like me not doing that is not a matter of wisdom. It's a matter of whether I want to kill somebody with my car or not. Because if I were like psychotic, right? If I was a psychopath and I did want to kill somebody with my car, I would actually drove my car and just kill somebody with my car, right? If I wanted to do that.
Yes.
Okay? That's not a matter
There
of
is some of that
wisdom.
kind of
It's a matter
power, I
of
won't
like
lie.
will, right? It's like
Well,
what
there's
is
wisdom
the scope?
There's wisdom in both of those scenarios, and I think.
Okay, what does that have
taking
to
it
do
for
with God,
granted a
though?
little bit.
Let's move it like a bit
Well,
further. What does that have to do with God?
So what does it have to do? So God is the thing that if we aim at it, all wisdom and truth is available to us, essentially.
Could you demonstrate that?
Yeah, I mean that's
Oh
that's
my
the whole
goodness.
point. So look, just a second.
It's not the train conductor, but
Yeah. This is exactly what the whole point is, right? So the thing is, you're saying
smells like it.
you're saying if you believe in God, you're gonna go there. Well, cool. I was a believer at some point. It didn't lead me there.
No,
There's a lot
it's-
of people
it's not-
which are believers
it's not
right
that
now,
if
and it
you
didn't. It doesn't lead them there. So
You keep framing this in ways that it's all of these framings. They don't work individually. It's not if you believe, then you will get to a better place. It's that it's for all the experience I know and the experience of other quote unquote Christians or even religious people is that when they aim towards God, fulfillment becomes, or not even fulfillment. Like this is a problem with language. Like I'm trying to describe something that transcends the idea.
Then how do you
moving to-
understand it if you
So-
transcend something?
Well, I clearly nobody completely does, but I'm also restricted by my vocabulary and what I know, and I'm trying to create axioms. But it's so when what was I getting at? You was framing it as if you believe in God, then this will happen. But it's
I mean,
an
no, I was just
oversimplistic
saying what
idea.
you said.
Well,
I was just saying what you said. You said that if you believe in God and if you go towards that, this is going to happen. I wasn't just making up shit in my own head. I was just repeating the
Oh,
things
I
you
didn't
said.
say
Oh,
if
did
you
it?
believe. I didn't say if you believe. I said if you aim towards what God reveals, essentially.
Yeah,
And
but that's what I also
that
said.
implies, but kind of. But what that implies is that the believing part isn't the bit that brings you to the result or the consequence. Like
Yeah,
the
me
belief
too.
is sort of secondary in this, paradoxically secondary in that you can't not believe once you
It's delicate,
sort
though.
of have the perspective. How do I describe this? I don't believe in God because I want to believe in God. Like I believe in God as a result of the sort of the revelations
Being convinced of it, right?
Yeah,
all
you are
that
convinced
is,
of it.
all-
Yes.
Yeah,
I can't remember her name now.
That's why we believe in anything,
Convinced-
right? In this
yes,
world.
This is a good word, but
Something.
this is
Yeah.
the problem. These
Yes,
words
I think
convey
so.
sort of such simplistic
Sometimes
meaning on
works
their
in.
own. And
Yeah.
But the reason is I think what Daniel said earlier was like a fair critique, where it's like,
A problem.
look, if you say that you have this understanding of God, fully willing to believe you and accept that, you should be able to convey it to us, right? Even if, like you said, maybe nobody completely knows God, maybe you only partially understand God. Help me obtain
Howdy.
that same partial understanding, right? And like, if you can't convey it, in what sense do you have an understanding?
well, I tried to, and then you sort of try and pick it apart, and then I have to try and justify. So what I said is like, God. It doesn't matter whether you believe in the God is already there, and so you picking apart the technicalities of does it exist or not is irrelevant. You could just
No,
get
but
the
it's not.
experience of following
You're
God.
trying to make it look
Well,
like
hang-
it's
hang on,
irrelevant, but it isn't.
Let me try and work on this for a bit.
Go.
It is irrelevant.
So okay, like
I've got
let's
to go
just
in
I'll
about
accept
10
that, right? So
minutes,
God
just
is
so
true,
that's
right?
out there.
God exists. He's true.
Yeah,
There's nothing. Whatever I think about that doesn't matter, right? My question is like, are there good reasons for me to believe that God is true?
And this is what I'm saying,
Right,
like,
because if-
you
Because he's
don't have to
unknowable,
believe
like
in-
you said.
You don't have to believe in God, okay? But if you act according to what God has already and what is already revealed, it's sort of there is universal meaning to be found, I believe, that stands apart from all of us and each of us combined and individually. That if we each operate within that, everything benefits. Oh, these words are too simplistic. So it's not.
You
There's
can
no
use more
reason-
complex words if you
don't
want.
have to. I don't know. This is the problem. I don't have a very big vocabulary. You don't have to believe in God, but in this sort of.
And that's fine, right? But and look, the question that I'm specifically asking right now is there a good reason for me to think that God is true, right? Or that God exists? If the answer is no, then that's fine, right? Maybe he still exists, and I'm granting that he exists for the sake of this question.
Because you have desires, and you unfortunately are not the arbiter of the reality that you exist within. And something that appears to me and many to be sentient or conscious or whatever is and does, if you care to listen, reveal what is best for you to do, what you should do, perhaps.
Right. So
And
are
I
you
feel like
basing
I'm
that?
vindicated.
but the
I feel like
question
I am
is-
absolutely vindicated on everything I have said. Come on, Daniel.
But the
You know I'm
question
right.
is there a good reason for me to think
yes,
that
like
God exists?
you are the reason.
Okay, yes.
Yes, there is good reason. Like everything that is good, everything that you want, everything that you need, everything that you desire, are the reasons that if you act according to God's revelations, that you can have them, or you can have better guidance through them. You can navigate better the reality that you're in because maybe you don't know. Maybe we don't know what we want and what we need in many cases.
Okay.
And
Well, so here's a question now, right? I'm an atheist, right? For better or for worse. And I've looked around. I've lived a couple years on this planet now. Have a lot of experiences. Can you help me?
Mhm.
How do I know what was God revealing something to me? Right? Like I know how to differentiate reality from dream, from television, from fantasy. Help me find the parts of my life that were revelation.
Is there such a thing as a non-revelation that we get, like an experience that's not a revelation, or is just literally everything a revelation?
Yeah, I see there are no good arguments.
No. So the revelation was Jesus.
Hang on.
So you're
Each
saying you're
moment
only
can be
the New
revelation.
Testament then? So
No,
technically speaking, what
Okay,
you're saying
Oracle,
is
please
that New Testament only
let I Love Jesus answer, please. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I take in all the information and I test it according to reality.
God lost
and
the
then
argument.
God reveals what is true amongst it all.
Okay, but that wasn't my question, though.
Like
Didn't
something
reveal anything.
Something else that you said earlier, though, was that God reveals things to those who are listening, or something like that, right?
No, he didn't.
So-
He didn't.
Well,
Okay,
I mean,
hey,
kind
look,
of.
everyone. By the way, yeah.
The
We
revelations
need
are
to keep
there
things more on the rails
and
right now. This is
they're
kind of just me.
available to you. I've got about
Right,
5
so, like,
minutes before I got to leave.
Sounds good. I think Discord's lagging a bit, by the way.
Yeah, there's a bit of lag for sure.
So, like, the way that I hear that is that sometime in my life, I experienced something that was revelation. I just wasn't listening, right? I just didn't know that it was
Well-
revelation. Can you help me? Like,
That's-
how do I know when something is revelation? What are the signs?
It's accumulative. Sorry.
Because some things aren't revelation, right? Sometimes it's just a normal experience.
sure.
Sometimes it's like
Yeah,
the devil tempting me.
How do I tell the difference between these two
I would-
things?
Well, I would heavily disagree with that. I think
you can have a
everything.
good idea
Aidan, just
about
a
when the
second. Now
devil
is
tempting
Jesus'
you.
time.
So and surely you'd want to have a good idea about when the devil tries to tempt you, and we all get caught out by the devil at one time or another. We all fall to what the sins are. We fall to greed and temptation and jealousy and stuff like that. And so it would be good to have an understanding about when we're encroaching onto those things and when they're trying to manipulate us. And so part of it is you build up, and part of it is sort of science, but part of it is you build up a framework of things you know to be true. And so when somebody comes to you with information to trick you and to sort of try to manipulate you to make you think that information that isn't true actually is, so that you act according to what is not true. I keep saying this now, I'm going in circles, but that you can know that you won't fall foul, you won't fall victim, or you won't lead yourself even to cause yourself to act in a way you know you shouldn't. And this saying this is weird, because then it brings up, so why that you can know that you won't do bad things. Like the unfortunate answer is that, like,
Well, that's fine, right? I'm not worried about that right now.
Constantly,
I'm not worried
these
about
are
that right now.
constant battles. Like these are, but this is it. This is part of the idea I'm trying to convey. Is this is a constant thing. This is a constant battle. Like we think that we'll overcome one thing, and then something else that we don't understand is we might not overcome. And this is moment by moment.
Well,
Or
You've been going for a while. Can I jump in?
Yeah.
Like I totally agree with everything you said, right? And I think what you were doing was giving an explanation as to why I shouldn't expect an answer to my question. right? Like that there is no good way to know whether something is revelation or not, right? You're just saying, I mean, you just kind of got to know, right? But doesn't that seem terrible? Like, what if tomorrow, it does just occur to me, like, wow, I look into the world and, there is God, there was a creator, right? Praise Allah. Like, how do I know whether that is the right thing to think, or whether it should be some other God, or whether I just shouldn't believe it at all? There is no way, right?
Well, here's one idea: is like there is only one God, and so when we say things like the Islamic God,
Oh,
or
there's
the
like
Christian
7.
God, yeah, but this is the thing. Like, what's really the perspective that I have about it is that it's all the same God, and the differences are just the interpretation. They're all obviously human interpretations. But something is true among all of these things. There is a truth in between that flows through all of these things, and those things that are all true at the same time are things that make up part of God's nature. And I don't know those things, but there are things that do quote unquote reveal themselves to be true amongst it all. And so beating your wife and stoning people who have sex with the same sex, like these don't coincide with other things that should be true at the same time. So for example, may those who have done no wrong, those who have not sinned, cast the first stone. Like I have permission to throw stones at people who have done wrong, but I need to check myself first. And do I want stones thrown at me? Probably not. So before everyone starts looking at me for the things I've done wrong, maybe. And this is just a universal truth. We know this, but
Well, I mean, you're saying it's universal truth, but it isn't, because that's why we had Christians for thousands of years actually throwing stones at people, right? And they were doing it in the name of the same God you believe in.
Again, just real quick, Christians are not the arbiter. Christians are not the arbiters of God or what is true. They are all individual humans who are all fallible, as we all know, and we are each one of them. Absolutely, 100%. No. Yeah.
So, do you think you could be wrong about your ideas? Do you think you could be wrong, and there is no God?
Absolutely. Sure.
Okay. So how do you? Sure. Cool. So if you can understand that you could be wrong, right? So in that case, you should be able to investigate whether or not the thing you believe in is actually true or not, right? And I think there's a lot of value to get from that,
this
right?
Is what I mean, like.
So how do you investigate?
It is true.
What are the tools used to investigate?
My experience, moment by moment.
But that's not a tool, because I also have the experience moment by moment, and it doesn't tell me anything whether or not a God or gods exist.
Okay, but so
again, this is a look at the trees argument.
I know. So no, but it's not exactly that. Like your perspective that's not wrong. I'm not going to say your perspective is wrong. I don't know how to give you the perspective that I'm coming from, because you're clearly not trying to see. I feel like I understand your perspective, but I think that there is another one that is equally as valid that I'm trying to portray to you that just it clearly isn't getting through, and that's not a fault of yours. I'm not trying to say that you're stupid or anything like that. I'm like the part of it.
I might be. That's fair. Okay, I'm just saying. I'm not that egotistical, right? Well, it's like I might be just stupid and not understand. That's perfectly fine, right? It's all I'm saying is that if you also understand that you might be wrong about this, then in that case, it's clear to me that you're not delusional, right? And if that's the case, right, then you would have to be able to try to investigate whether or not you are wrong. Okay, and when you're doing that, it's like you need to use some tools in order to get to a conclusion. And I'm really curious to what those tools are. But it's like when I'm asking you and you're saying, "Oh, it's our experiences." I mean, you could let's say, for example, you're saying, "Okay, God exists," right? That's the hypothesis, and then you should make some testable predictions, right? Novel predictions based on your God, right? If my God is true, X, Y, and Z should happen, right? I should be seeing this in reality, right? That nobody's ever seen before, right? So again, it's like whenever people give arguments for the existence of God, well, clearly it's like we all have experiences, right? So if you're having an experience and your experience is telling you there's a God, and my experience is telling me there's no God, cool. Do we have a God or do we not have a God? So your personal experiences are kind of useless on the matter.
So I know they are, and this is what I was portraying earlier. I can't give you the experience of riding a roller coaster. So
Yeah.
So you said something just then. Your experience is that shit. How did you say it? It was the way you said it that sparked an idea. Are you able to repeat what you said?
I mean, I don't know exactly which part you. It's like I don't know exactly which part, but as I said,
experience and my experience.
Yeah, it's like you have your experiences, and your experiences are telling you there is a God, and I have my experiences, and my experiences tell me there's no need for a God. I don't see a God anywhere.
So,
right? So it's like how do I tell them apart, right?
So what I'd say about your experience, just in this example, is that you're taking for granted many things, and God is gracious in that He doesn't care. God wants you to go to have quote unquote good experiences, and so whether you credit God for them or not, it doesn't change the
But you're again putting the horse before the cart before the horse.
So
it's like you keep appealing to God while we're trying.
So let me try something. So yes, I know
we're trying to investigate if He exists or not.
You're not articulating back to me sort of that you're comprehending my perspective. So real quick, Peter said, 2 Peter 3:9, it says in the Bible, the Lord is not slow in keeping His promises, as some understand slowness. Instead, the Lord is patient with you, not wanting anyone to perish, but for all to come to repentance. It's like that is, if from your perspective, putting the cart before the horse. Like God has already done the thing, and He's being patient with you to catch up to the thing. Meanwhile, you think that you're asking God to fulfill promises, and those promises are already fulfilled. You're just not. You're not looking at where it's available to you. So, like, that is the horse before the cart. But the perspective is valid I think, in the perspective I have. It's the horse is before the cart because God isn't a material.
No, you're doing the other way around. You're putting the cart before the horse.
Either way.
Because we are trying to investigate whether or not it's God that is putting those experiences, right? So if we're trying to investigate that, you cannot start from God exists, therefore.
So I have existed through time, and I did exist through time, and I will exist through time, and I do exist through time. And when I compare what I did do to what I am doing now, and what I know that might be true, and then I think about what I thought about in the past of what might have been true had I acted towards what I know to be true, and I remember that, yeah, I did.
So what? Okay, so can you tell me what you were thinking 200 years ago?
No, because I wasn't alive 200 years.
Oh, so we did not exist 200 years ago, or 300 years ago, or 400, and so on, right? No, because you said I existed. So well, you didn't really existed the whole time.
Arbiter. I just get to have an experience as well as everybody else within that what God has provided. Like I'm not everyone's
That's something I can understand. Yes, that's something I understand. But you're saying that experience demonstrates that God exists. And what I'm telling you is that I'm also having experiences just like you have, and those experiences, for me, they don't tell anything the same as they say for you, right? It's like for me, it's like I'm looking at those experiences like, okay, I have experiences. I understand why I'm having experiences. I understand why other creatures around me have experiences. But I need to make my point until the end, right? Yes. Just let me finish, please. I understand those things. Just keep it in mind. Write it down, okay? So I understand why I have those experiences. It's like, and nothing in there is screaming to me, oh, God. But somehow, for you, they do. And I need to understand exactly which part of those experiences you think are God, or like they point towards God.
Yes. One moment, I gotta get my charger.
Okay, well, man, I was expecting like an actual argument. That would have been much simpler.
I think what the problem is that like the actual answer is getting danced around here.
Yeah, I know.
and that is that everything that he's saying requires faith that it's real. But I think
Yeah.
the moment that anybody admits that it requires faith, and faith is antithetical to logic, then I think like just listening, that's the crux of the problem here, is that nobody's admitting, hey, I believe this because I have faith in it, and it's based in faith, which is an inherently illogical stance. Ergo, there's not a good reason for it. I just believe it because I do. I mean, that's
I mean,
like very,
I think
very
he did kind
consistent
of say it.
in
Oversimplified.
biblical canon.
I think he did kind of
Maybe.
say it
So-
because he
so
did
I'm
say
back.
it's personal experiences, which is like personal revelation, which is kind of what it means, right? It's kind of faith in your personal experience.
So, regarding what you just said, there's another part of the Bible. It is written that.
But
should
why
anybody
should I use the
boast-
Bible though? Because I can
Well,
take the
this is- well,
Bible.
you don't
I can
know,
take the
so
Bible.
You keep asking. You're
No, but
framing
I
in
can
this,
take the
why
Bible and I
should
can show
You
like a
don't have
million
to-
things
No,
about her that are
Daniel,
wrong.
please, real quick, because you keep doing this. You keep asking, why should I? And like, you don't
Yeah,
have to.
it's a good answer.
All
It's a good
all
question. Sorry.
No, but it's not. But you're like, you don't have to. You don't. All I'm saying is, it is already there. And what is untrue about it? So why would you need anything better? Because the alternative is that you are providing an interpretation of reality. And so do I make Daniel Hume my God? No, because you
I
can't
didn't
see
say
what
that.
God is doing for me. So real quick. No, but that's the implication of what you're saying.
no,
Let me
but you
try to
didn't
explain.
say-
Let me try.
How?
Cool,
So real
but
quick, let me say
you also said
so-
just a
so-
second because you're misrepresenting
you
what I'm
said-
saying now. Jesus, okay? So you
Well,
you
no,
you
I don't
mentioned
think
the
I am.
Bible before, and you mentioned in the Bible there's some things that are not from God, but then you said there's also some things that are from God. And when I ask you how do I tell them apart, you kind of dodged that question, and we didn't get back to it
You test
anymore.
them-
But
you
now
test them-
you keep referencing the Bible, and it's like, why should I believe this Bible
Okay,
that you
you're-
personally
you're-
said
okay,
there's some
this
things
is-
that are wrong in there?
No. So when I'm not saying you should believe it because the Bible says it. I'm saying that it is already written for you there. And do you have a better example than this? And if you do, I would love to hear.
Yeah, I
it.
have a lot of better
Here's-
examples than the
you-
Bible.
you-
The Bible is a
so-
shit book.
Yes, well, oh my goodness. So you asked why you don't experience God in your experiences. That God isn't there in your experiences. And my argument is that he is. And so, for example, a real simplistic one, and again, I don't want to make any aspersions of you, but in a time of victory, for example, the Bible says, and you shouldn't believe it because the Bible says it, okay, but the Bible does say it. It is already written, and this is wisdom, quote unquote, that has come from those before us. It was true before they established it, and it will be true forever, is what I believe. And if you have a counter, I'd love to hear it. But it says, if you should boast, to boast in Jesus. And what that means is when you are a victor, like, yeah, you can have the credit, but the glory isn't yours because you didn't provide everything required for you to exist, even to have the glory that you have. And so what does? And my argument would be that God is the thing that provided it to you. And if you send your credit back to God,
No, but that's
in
not an
all his
argument you're making.
revelations-
That's another claim. It's like you keep saying
Oh
you
my
keep saying that's
so
the
no, but
argument, but it's not the
you're not-
argument. That is the claim. You keep making claims and you call them
I would argue.
arguments.
No, I didn't say. I said I would argue. I would argue that it's God. And
No, you
so
literally
I would
said
love
the
to hear
word
your
argument.
counter to the idea. Yes, but the context is important. So what? So boast in. If you are to boast in Jesus. Okay, because if you boast in yourself, then you what's true is that people are just gonna hate you for it. You're gonna feel great, but you're gonna look like a fool, and you
What,
might.
what
lead
does it mean
yourself
to boast in
so-
Jesus?
So to boasting Jesus. So the idea of Jesus is God, and so and Jesus is the way to salvation. And so if you give the credit to the fact that you are following in Jesus, if you truly think that you are, then your righteousness is yours, but you are also pointing towards what is truly righteous, because you are not the holy righteous thing that has brought you to the victory that you have. And if you live as if you are, you're going to end up in a position where quickly victories will be taken from you, probably, and rightfully so. righteously
But
said. The consequences.
again, it's like you
many
said a lot
will
of
not be
words. I didn't really understand what it means to boast in Jesus. But you said a lot
if
of
you
words.
boast in yourself, if you boast in yourself,
What does
okay,
that mean?
That's it's greed, isn't it? It's boasting. It's people hate you for it. People hate people that boast in themselves because it's what is it? It's gluttonous. It's greedy. It's what is the word I'm looking for? Anyone?
Prideful.
It's prideful. It's that as well. It's all the sins. So far, it's 3
Yeah, I
sins.
mean,
There's many
to
more.
boast is kind of to
Um,
be proud, right? Like,
Yeah, but this is the thing. If what you said, so going from what you said, is that in your experiences you don't think that God has anything to do with them, but if you allow yourself to bring God with you in your experiences, then you might find that actually God is there already with you in these experiences, and what's true about the experience is you are not the sole reason for your victory. But if you allow God into that and give glory to God, where
I need to be convinced first that God exists. It's like you keep saying if I allow that. Well, did you allow Vishnu to take part in your achievement? Did you allow Thor to do that, or Zeus, or like any other number of gods? No, you didn't, because you don't believe those gods exist.
So hear me out on that. No, yeah, those gods don't exist because they have.
How do you know that? No, but you're wrong.
And
Vishnu does exist. Vishnu is the only god.
Described to be that way.
Yeah, but he's been described to be that way. Did you read anything about? How much do you know about Vishnu?
But that's clearly.
What do you mean clearly? It's clearly for you. There's a billion people believing in Vishnu. It's like, what, do you think they're all like stupid? No, they're the ones believing in the true God, and you're believing in a false God.
No.
You're being deceived.
I don't believe they're stupid. I haven't said that.
No, but I'm just saying, like, you're being deceived. They believe in the true God.
What I understand. Well, that's not really as I understand that religious understanding to go.
What do you mean? It's like, you know that they're correct and you're not. It's like you're believing in a false God. You're being deluded.
So like I said,
how do I investigate? How do I tell which one is correct? Is it you or is it the Hindus? Is it you or is it the Muslims?
Not with
who is it?
Matters.
But I don't care about you. You still quote the Bible, and I don't care about the Bible.
Follow the books.
But I don't care about your Bible.
You still
I don't care about your book. I don't care about their books.
What I was doing when I don't, Daniel. But you're being really, really disingenuous in the way you're approaching this now. Because when you say things like you're using the Bible, like there's really specific context that I'm using the Bible, and I'm not saying that you should believe it because the Bible says it. And I literally said those words each time I quoted the Bible because I'm trying to convey to you.
Then why do you quote it?
Because the Bible says it. Because it's already available to you, and it's a useful source. It's a useful.
It's extremely unuseful.
I'm trying to convey
it's extremely unuseful. Like I've never seen the Bible to be useful towards anything in my life.
If you should boast, you should include in your boasting everything else that is true apart from you. Is that true?
Like
or
what?
Not?
How is it
like
possible?
What?
When you boast, you would do.
I don't really do that, but if I did, what should I do?
So this is. Like I said, I'm not trying to make any aspersions of you, but try to conceptualize this. It's like I don't. How do I
Look, I see boasting as a negative character trait. No, but it's like you keep saying these words that you think are very deep, and I don't think they're deep at all. I think you're just using them to kind of. No, I think you're using them in order to kind of cover like what you actually believe in, right? And you're using them as a shield.
You're just getting to the technicalities, and you don't bring any meaning back. You clearly live with meaning. But you're.
Yeah, I have a lot of meaning in my life. Yes, and they're all. I can go into the technicalities of everything that I find meaningful in my life.
But the technicalities are meaningless. Like
no, they're not. That's the whole thing.
Everything
they're
you do,
not.
They are. Like physics exists through everything you do. We can take that for granted. We'll take that for granted. We can't change that. Like
one of the meanings in my life, for example, are my kids. they're very clear, right? It's like I can show you my kids. It's like they exist. I can touch them. I can hug them. I can talk to them, right? It's like their
Why do you do
technicalities.
any of
But
that?
if I were to
Why
do
do
that,
you
you're gonna
hug them?
say,
Why-
okay, can I just finish my point, please? On my
Go
show,
on,
please.
what am I going to say?
Right? It's like I'm doing that, and they're all technicalities, right? It's like when you're talking about God, nothing of what you said thus far even gets me like an inch closer to understanding what you mean by God. Not even that. It's like I don't even understand what you mean by God. Is it the creator of the universe? It's like, what is it? I don't even know what it is. And every time I'm trying to approach it with like any kind of good epistemology, you're saying, "Oh, you're getting bogged down in the technicalities. Oh, you're not really understanding me, Daniel." But it's weird, right? Because it's like you should be able to do it, right? If something exists in reality, you should be able to do that, right? Even in physics, right? Because you brought on I think was Plondgoy like bringing physics into the conversation earlier, right? We don't know exactly what dark energy is. Right? But we can tell things about it, right? We can still investigate, even if we don't know what the ontology of it is. But when it comes to this God that you're this idea of God that you're having, apparently there's nothing to investigate there. And it's all about emotions. It's about like boasting. It's about the Bible, but we don't have to care about the Bible.
It's not
and it's about like how do we feel and look at your experiences and look at the trees. It's like, what is it? Because I don't get it.
I can tell that you're not really. You're not.
I would
really
challenge
trying to engage
anybody. I would challenge
conceptually.
anybody
This
that
is
was
strange,
a
and I'm
participant to this
sorry.
conversation actually define what you mean by God in your definition. I would challenge anybody. I would put $1,000 on the table to tell me exactly based on what you said
That doesn't
what
mean
exactly
any-
this
yes,
God
yes,
is
yes.
and what it actually
And
does and
part
how
of
do we
the problem
investigate
we
it.
are having here is that I'm trying to establish part of the problem, and I agree with you. You'll probably win that, but the problem here we're actually trying to get to, or I'm trying to at least, towards figuring out what is true, is try to establish some axioms that we can work from. But each time I try to use the meaning of them to try to relate to something that you might be able to use in your own example, you go back to the technicalities of the matters of.
Yeah, but it's like you should
literally
still present the
boasting,
axioms. You haven't presented any axioms.
I'm trying to establish them, but like each time I try, you seem to need more and more and more. So I try to
No, but you
simplify
haven't even.
more, or I
Okay,
try
please
to
tell
explain
me.
more, and it
Okay.
just tangents into technicality again.
I love Jesus. Please,
I've
please
gotta
tell
go.
me
I'm
what
sorry.
are the axioms you're starting from, right? What
This
are
is-
your
I've been spending
presuppositions?
The last half an hour trying to.
Okay, sorry, so maybe I'm just a
can't
dumbass.
portray
But
them
can you
in
tell me?
simplistic matters. No, you're not a dumbass. You're not a dumbass. But each time that we're getting close to something, you quickly, it's like your brain is seeing that you have to engage with something, and you turn it into something else that it isn't. And
like you're doing right now.
it's difficult. It's difficult, and maybe part of it's my problem as well. I
Like
can't
you're doing right now
articulate it
instead
very
of
well.
giving the parameters, though. Like you're doing right now instead of
But
giving
like
the
I said,
parameters
let's
to
try
Daniel.
again. Let's try again. Like if you you just got it. When you are victorious, all right. If you live as if, I mean, this is difficult because I need to know you personally. I need to use an example of you, and obviously that gets way
Why?
too personal. And
We're not
well,
talking about
maybe-
me. We're talking about God. Me and who I am and my
But I need
experiences
to
are
understand
truly
your
irrelevant
perspective.
to whether or
No,
not God
they are.
exists.
This is true. This is
Also,
true.
we're not
This is
talking
true.
about me. We're talking about your
I know,
axioms.
Daniel. Yes, let's try to gauge.
Let's
the
try to
concept.
do that. Okay.
The context here, Daniel. So it's not, yes, it's not about you, but it would be helpful if I understood some more about you. And this is what I'm trying to work out of you when I say these ideas, so that I understand what your experiences are. And then I might be able to convey to you where God was in those experiences that you just weren't paying attention to, maybe. Is what I'm trying to do.
But again, it's like right now,
Partly
what you're
anyway.
trying to
But
what you're trying to do is you're putting the cart before the horse. Again, it's like where God was in my experience.
And this is what I'm saying.
Is totally
In that
irrelevant to
analogy,
whether or
like I
not God
said,
exists.
The cart before the horse. Perhaps this cart before the horse perspective, there is something in it, and obviously not literally and materially, but I'm trying to describe something that transcends literal and material. So somewhere there has to be some sort of there has to be some what's the word? Like some leeway from you in going with the analogy, at least hypothetically, and yeah.
What Daniel is getting at is you're trying to put the claim for the justification.
So like I said earlier, so Peter says, it says in the Bible, it's not true. Again, okay, let me please clarify this so much. It's not true because the Bible says it, okay? But it's a useful piece of information that is in the Bible, and so I'm relaying it to you because it emphasizes very well something that I think I am trying to portray. And so, 2 Peter 3:9, it says, "The Lord is not slow in keeping his promises, as some understand slowness. Instead, the Lord is patient with you, not wanting any to perish, but for all to come to repentance." And the perspective here is many sit there and ask God to fulfill God's promises. And God's already fulfilled them, and God is being patient because the promises are already fulfilled, and the people asking them to be fulfilled are not focusing on where the promises are available to them. And this is not to say, oh, you're following God wrong. It's not a no true Scotsman argument, which is very easy to accuse someone of doing here.
Okay, but what you're doing right now,
the perspective is that the
okay, you need to listen
exists.
to me now a second.
Okay,
just a second, because you're saying 2 Peter 3:9, and you're saying, oh, God does this and God does that. That's not the question at hand.
That's not what I'm saying.
The question at hand, is like, how do I know, right? It's like, how do I tell that God actually exists? What are the arguments? What are the things that point towards him existing? Or her, or it, whatever the gender is.
Yeah.
Because it's like when you're bringing up like 2 Peter 3:9,
they, them.
You're again saying, oh, God does this. Okay, cool, but I'm not concerned with what God does or does not do.
So Daniel, it's not as simple as, there's far more meaning. It's not as simple as God does this. It's God has already established all things. God has done this.
Yeah, I know. I am very well aware that's the claim. That is the claim. But I don't care about the claim.
But that's important. The context is
the claim is important because we start from it. But now you also need to do the work, the real work, in actually providing the evidence or the argumentation towards this claim being true. And instead of doing that, all you do, you keep coming back to the claim, and you're making the claim, and then you're saying the claim is true because I made the claim, and the claim is true because I made the claim, and the claim is true because I made the claim. And here's another piece of the claim that I claim is true because I made the claim that the claim is true.
That's not. None of that. None of that is true.
Okay, so how do I know? What are the arguments then? Can you provide like one piece of argumentation?
Understanding me, you're not allowing yourself. This is the problem. I keep trying to provide some argumentation, and you turn it into this very literal, simplistic idea that if you can refute one part of, then my whole idea must.
But I don't even want to refute. I want to hear them first.
The whole point that the cart is before the horse. All right, God is already and has already established all things in this idea, and so if you can hypothesize,
so you're again making the claim,
and not try and pick at, like, prove that the God is there before I follow it. The idea is, no, the God is already there, and you can just follow it if you like to, and you might end up better off if you just do that. If you just ride the roller coaster, you.
Yeah, but you keep saying if you just ride, there is no roller coaster. You know what you're doing? You're bringing me to an empty field. You're bringing me to an empty field, and you're saying, Daniel, riding this roller coaster is so great. And I'm looking at the field, and I'm saying, dude, there's no roller coaster in this field. No, but you have to ride it first before saying there's no roller coaster, right? Because if you did, the emotions would be so great, and you would feel so good. And I'm saying, dude, there's literally no roller coaster. Look, we're both looking at this. It's like, you're like, no, Daniel. You don't understand. Before you're saying anything about it, you need to first ride the roller coaster.
Saying the emotions are great and you'll feel so good.
Where's the roller coaster?
I'm not saying that you'll feel so good and the emotions are great. I'm
But where's
trying-
the roller coaster? Because you keep saying
I can't
how
give you. Okay.
I'm going to get this. I'm going to understand the
okay,
roller
Daniel,
coaster if I ride it,
We
but
are
I don't see a
riding the
roller coaster.
roller coaster.
No,
We
we're
are
not.
riding
That's
it,
the thing.
okay?
You're saying we're
And
doing, but I don't see
You're
it.
able to operate. No, okay, you are riding it. Daniel,
but I'm
this
not.
the analogy's changed slightly. I'm changing the analogy.
Okay.
We are on the roller coaster, Daniel.
Okay.
Okay. And it's a lot of fun, okay, and the roller coaster will dictate much of how we can behave because
Yeah.
the roller coaster is on rails or whatever.
Yeah.
All right, and if you look around and try to experience sort of what the roller coaster is doing for us in this reality, maybe it's causing the gravity and in the constant, we're in a constant upwards, and the downwards is the flat Earth idea, blah blah blah. The okay, we're on it, and if you look around and try to and if you give meaning, not meaning, if you allow yourself to accept that the roller coaster is guiding you along the way, okay, that you might be able to enjoy the ride a bit better because you will be more in tune with how things will be, and so how
who is
maybe
God in this
should
analogy? Who is
operate.
God in this analogy? Because it's
God-
clearly not the roller coaster.
I guess
right?
the roller coaster.
No,
God
no,
is
it's not the
builder
roller
of
coaster.
roller coaster.
No, no,
God
it's
is
not the roller
builder
coaster.
of the roller coaster. God is the builder of the roller coaster.
Okay, and how do I know God is the builder of the roller
Okay,
coaster?
so how do we know that the roller coaster? Yeah, and how
Why
do
does
we
it
know
matter
that the
who built the roller coaster? We're
Oh,
riding
but that's
it. We're
the
on
whole
it,
point.
and you
No,
can,
that's
you
the
can-
whole point. No, that's the whole point. You know why? I'm gonna tell you exactly
What do
why
you
it's
mean?
important. Because if you were on the roller coaster, right, and you're telling me, well, if you want to keep being on a roller coaster, you have to believe that we should stone gay people and women are second-class citizens and so on and so
That's
forth.
not what I've said.
Then I'm gonna say, well, we're gonna have a problem. It's like I understand we're
No,
riding
you've
this
missed the point.
roller coaster, which would be an analogy for the
No,
universe, right? So the
fact
thing
that
is,
you
it's
are-
like when it comes to roller
you
coasters,
are
just a
currently
second.
riding
I
the
love
roller
Jesus.
coaster, whether
I
you
need to.
think-
I
Oh,
let
Daniel,
you finish
no,
your
you've missed the
point,
point,
but
Daniel,
now you
you've
need to
missed
let
the
me
point.
finish mine.
Please let me
No,
try
I
again
will.
and you
I
go
will
from there.
insist.
I'll be
I
real-
will
no, but
insist.
Daniel, you started
I
on a
will
straw man,
insist.
and-
No. I will
know,
insist that I
Daniel,
finish
you
my point.
started from a straw man, and
No,
you're going
I
off
didn't.
on something
I
that's
didn't,
just
and I
non-
need to
It
finish.
doesn't relate to anything
okay.
I said,
I love
Daniel.
Jesus. It's like I'm
What
not going to
you're
be able
saying
to
is
talk with you
nonsense.
if you're going to
Please
overtalk
let me state my point and work from there.
You are overtalking me right now, and it's
But
not
you're
okay. I'll let you finish your
you've
whole
just
point.
completely reframed and
No, I
misinterpreted
haven't.
what I
haven't
said.
because I asked you. I have asked
If you
It's
want
like,
to do this
where is
honestly-
God in the analogy? And you said that God is the builder of the roller coaster, right? So if I'm going to interpret this analogy in
Yes.
the best manner possible, what I would gather from this analogy is that the roller coaster is an analogy for the universe that we live in, with all its rules and regulations or whatever you want to call them, right? And my experience on the roller coaster is my life and the experiences that I have in my life, right? And the builder of the roller coaster, right, in your analogy, would be God, who built the universe and the rules of the roller coaster, right? So yes, I haven't been like misinterpreting what you said. I was literally saying exactly what you said, right? Because now you agree with me. So the thing is like now, if we're gonna just a second, if we're gonna talk about a roller coaster in real life, right? We know because I can go and research exactly who the hell built the roller coaster, right? I can tell
Again,
that. I can
Daniel, get involved in
investigate
the technicalities.
I can no.
Let me bring the
Just a
context back.
second.
Daniel, please, real
It's
quick,
not.
Daniel.
Now I need to explain to you until the end. Okay, just be patient. Don't run ahead of the conversation, please. So I can do
Okay,
that,
but-
right? I can do that, and I can investigate who the builder of the roller coaster is, right? The thing is, it's like when it comes to the universe, I have no way of investigating, right? A god could have may very well built this freaking universe. How do I investigate? How do I tell if that's the case or not? How do I tell if the universe is just like eternal, right? And there was no creator of the universe. Because apparently you think that there is a creator of the universe.
So if you're riding the roller coaster, the universe, and it's far too big for us to establish all of the technicalities of it, the fact that we are riding it, it doesn't change who built it. And so finding out who built it, the technicalities of who built it, doesn't change that we are riding it, and the thing that built it is given us already already the guidance of how we might best go about navigating ourselves on this
That
ride.
assumes
So
that
establishing
whoever
the
like
creator
that
changes
assumes
nothing
Okay,
about.
please let him finish. Go ahead.
What does it assume? What does it assume?
I don't know what.
It assumes that the creator of the roller coaster had our best interests at heart, and it assumes that the creator, that the universe is a roller coaster and created, but we don't know that it's created. We could think it's created. We could say, hey, like it might be, but
yeah,
we don't know that.
Not about whether it is created or not. That's not. I know.
And
that's
also,
not something I care to defend. The analogy,
if I were to say something, I love Jesus.
Doesn't matter who the creator is or the technicalities of the creator. If the creator
but it does
has already
matter.
established
I mean, if the
who that you are
creator
existing within, what can you change by establishing who the creator is? If the creator, for example, has already provided guidance to you as to how you might best navigate, like it doesn't matter who the creator is. It changes nothing. And whether you believe the creator did it or not doesn't change the fact that you are doing what the creator has created for you. Like it doesn't change anything. This is what I'm saying.
Here, let's assume that there is a creator, that we are on the roller coaster.
This
right?
is a different
How
argument.
do we know that it's not built by? How do we know that it is not built by, say, I don't know, Voldemort, and wants to kill all Muggles? Right?
It's not built by Voldemort because Voldemort has properties about it that have been defined that clearly are not outside of things that do not transcend even physical form. It doesn't transcend physical form. Voldemort can't arbitrate reality.
I don't know how you would know that, but that's also like irrelevant. Because I love Jesus. It's like when I'm riding a roller coaster, I did this a few times in my life. The last thing that I ever thought about is who the fuck built the roller coaster. I didn't really care. The thing is, though, when you're riding this metaphorical roller coaster that was built by God, right? According to at least some of the religions that are on the planet right now, if you don't believe in a specific builder of this roller coaster, you're going to be roasting in hell for eternity, right? So it's like it's not the same thing.
Okay,
right?
that's a good point. So let me build on that, because this is a very interesting conflation that many make, including religious people. So
it's in the Bible,
it's
the
not
thing you quoted.
Unless you follow God, God will punish you and make you burn in hell. No, the idea. No, it is kind of, but there's a greater interpretation that would also be true. So if God is the thing that provided all that you have, and you get to the pearly gates, and God is undeniable at this point in the metaphor. Yeah. God is undeniable, and you're still like, God, no, I don't want to be with you. I want to be separate from you, God. God, in this scenario, would honor your request, and God would remind you that all that you have and all that you have experienced has been provided by God. And if you truly want to remove yourself from God, God will honor your request and remove all that God has provided from you. So you're not bogged down by God. You're now on your own. And so
no, that's not what the Bible says, though. That's your interpretation.
No, it does. No, it is my interpretation, but it's more complete,
which could be wrong.
As to what it could be wrong. It could be wrong, but it's more complete in its I think in its truthful, whatever. So anyway, let me finish the analogy a bit more. So, for example, to become like God, you are now in the position, and I believe that you have the ability to become like God. Okay, and so let's start some of the foundations of God. God is all knowing, and so God is all knowing in that He knows what it's like to spend an essential eternity in a pit of fire. All right. And so if we think about the reports of people who have been in solitary confinement for extremely long times, there's a pattern that forms in these, in that they seem to go stir crazy. They're left alone with their own thoughts and their own minds, and there's no relative. And if we consider we've removed ourselves from God, our soul or whatever is now in its own infinite abyss, your soul, your experience will have to experience an essential eternity in a pit of fire. Okay, so it's just true that if you want to remove yourself from God, if you want to go against God, that you will end up at some point in something that is awful. And like I said, like Peter said, God doesn't want any to perish. He wants all to come to repentance. Okay, so God already knows that nobody wants to go through a pit of fire. But you can if you want. But God has already provided you the
No, but he
wisdom
made
or
the
whatever.
rules.
You
Look,
not
I
have
did
to
not
do-
make
no,
the
he didn't,
rule.
no, he
Of
didn't
course
make
he
the
did.
rules. No, it's not.
What do you mean he didn't make the rules? He built the
They're
freaking
not
roller
rules
coaster.
in
What
the
do you
same way
mean?
that arbitrary laws are
No, but
rules.
that's
They
no,
are-
no. You're just wrong here because that's a consequence. That's a consequence, and he's in charge of what the consequences are. Right? It's like he made the rule and he made the punishment. Right? So the punishment didn't
No,
just
no,
happen
there's no
to be.
punishment.
Well, that's a punishment, right? It's like
What's the
hell.
punishment?
I'm
What is the
sorry.
punishment?
Hell is
What
hell not
is
a punishment?
What is what is a punishment?
Is hell not a punishment?
No, like you've missed what I was saying. Let me try
Is
again.
hell
please,
a
Daniel.
punishment?
Hell is an analogy for the inevitable consequence of removing yourself from God. It's not.
Is hell pleasant? Is hell pleasant?
No, clearly not.
Is it for eternity?
Essentially.
Yes. So that's a punishment, right? Because
No,
it's something
Daniel,
that's
you're not listening.
unpleasant
You're
for
not
eternity.
listening.
I'm sorry.
You're
It's
not
like
listening.
what is hell? Is hell a reward?
No.
Are you being rewarded with
No,
hell?
Daniel, no, you're not. There's no reward or punishment. Okay.
What do you
Fucking
mean?
hell.
It's literally is. I mean, I'm sorry. It's like I don't know exactly
It's
what
useful. Okay, Daniel, it's
what you
useful.
believe in, but this is hell. I literally asked you if hell is pleasant,
Okay,
and you
it's
said
useful to
you
have a
said
simplistic idea
no. I love
of
Jesus.
reward and
No, it's not
punishment
about
if they are your
simplistic. It's about
motivations.
you
Hey,
answering
Daniel,
questions.
yes, I know.
And actually
You're-
being
you're
held to
simply-
account
yes,
for the
it's
things
not
you're
pleasant,
saying.
But then you're jumping. You're making a major leap. God is doing that
What
to
do you mean?
Daniel,
Of course he
yes,
is.
I know what you're saying.
Who
Obviously,
decided? Who
obviously, hell
decided
is
people
not
go to
nice.
hell?
You
Who decided what the punishment
you
is?
decide.
No, I
You-
didn't. Because if I were to
you
decide, no.
You-
If I were to
no,
decide
Daniel,
what the
you do
punishment is, I
decide.
wouldn't go for hell.
Oh, Daniel, to know all things, okay, to have all knowing, all right, would you not need to have all experiences? And included in that is an essential
know.
eternity in a pit of fire. Yes
No,
or
you
no?
wouldn't. No.
Why not? What do you mean, no, you wouldn't?
No, you don't have to. It's like I can understand what it means to put your hand in the fire for an hour.
can have a vague
I'll
idea.
never. No, I will never do that because I understand how that is. It's
my-
like, and I don't need to have like the specific experience to understand exactly what it is like.
Yes, you would.
No, you wouldn't. You literally
Of
wouldn't.
course you would.
Of course you wouldn't. I don't know where you're getting that you would. No, you wouldn't. Also, God doesn't have to have the experience. God has the knowledge,
Okay,
right? You don't have to have the experience if you have the knowledge.
wouldn't you?
So I'm sorry. It's like by all metrics, you're just wrong. Yeah, because God has the knowledge. He doesn't need to have the experience because he has the knowledge. He knows how it would be,
Okay, so
right? Not only that, he was the one making the rules, right? Did anybody else make the rules?
no.
Did
Okay,
anybody
so
else make
here's
the
thing.
rules?
No, there's no rules.
No, what do you mean
There's
there's
no
no rules? No, the rules are you don't believe that
There
I
are no
exist.
rules. Dan.
I'm
I'm
gonna give you
saying
zero
there are no
evidence
rules.
towards my existence. But if you don't believe that I exist, I'm going to
There
torment
are
you
no
for eternity.
rules, Daniel.
There are no
There are
rules.
no rules.
Okay, so there's no heaven,
Yes.
no hell.
Essentially,
But you just said earlier that there is such a thing as hell.
there is with God and without God. They are useful analogies. I said they are useful analogies, Daniel. I literally
No,
said those
they're not
words. Hell is a
analogies.
useful analogy
For
or
what?
concept. Yes, they are. Of course they are.
No, but again, it's like, let's say it's true what you're saying, which is like contrary to what like most Christians believe in, right? And also what the book you're believing in says.
I'm not. Okay,
But let's
even
say,
that, I'm not
let's
saying
say,
that is what
let's
is true. I'm
say,
saying,
I love Jesus. Let's say,
is there a
let's
better,
say,
more
let's say you are correct, and it's like
precise example.
after you die, right? So it's like the moment you die, you go to the pearly gates, which is the thing you refer to, right?
This is
And at
all
the pearly
analogy,
gates,
Daniel. You
and at the
understand
pearly
that, right?
gates,
That was all analogy. You understand?
yes,
You
I'm
comprehend this, right?
repeating your
This
I'm
is
repeating your
metaphorical
analogy.
analogy.
I'm repeating your analogy.
Okay, cool.
Holy moly, right? And he's gonna say, well, it's like if you're, now you know that I exist. I'm God. I'm here. Now I finally gave you like real evidence towards me existing, and now you have to choose. What exactly is there to choose at that point?
Choose to go entirely on your own idea because.
What do you mean? I'm already dead.
You
It's
can
like,
do better than God.
what should I
did.
do? Do what
Anything
better
you
than
want.
he did?
you can be like God. You could do nothing if you want.
But I'm dead. It's like, what exactly is like? Am I a spirit that has the same powers as God? It's like, what am I after I'm dead, and I'm meeting with God for the
Maybe.
first time?
Maybe
Maybe.
a
Like, what do you mean,
consciousness,
maybe?
a soul, anything. Well, I mean, so there's another simplistic idea is that people, for example, they report seeing their life flash before their eyes, and dreams. You've had a dream, right? These things can feel like amounts of time that just they're not. And so what logically do we have to conclude from this is that we may end up in a state of eternal dreaming. And where might our minds send us? And what can we know to be true?
Well, I mean, I don't
And
believe that's the
within
case
within
when you die. I think when you die, it's just over, right? It's like it's the same as it was before you were
maybe
born,
one can
right?
hope.
Like there's just nothing. It's like you're not gonna feel bad because there's not gonna be a you to feel anything.
Maybe our sentience finds another living thing. We become a virus, or not a virus, a
Cool.
dog,
I would be
another human. We reincarnate.
I would love to see any
maybe the
evidence towards
Baghdad
that being the
Gita is
case.
right in that
Yeah.
essence.
Well,
But
I
this
mean,
is the thing, Daniel. The evidence of those specifics is not the
yeah.
thing that's important. Okay, it's that you currently live in a state where you do dream, and sometimes your thoughts.
How
and
does that
feelings,
relate to
dreams
God,
or
though?
not, sometimes your thoughts and feelings, dreams or not, they cause you to act in the world, in the reality. They cause you to navigate in certain ways, and you should be careful not to take too much meaning from things that are not what is godly, for example, because you might lead
So
yourself
you keep using
astray.
the word God and godly, and it's like I still
Because
don't
I'm
understand what you
yes,
mean by
Daniel,
it. It's
yes.
like it's just all like a mishmash. It's just like mumbo jumbo.
Surely
It's like it's nothing
you
is
can
like
you
concrete.
can
It's
have
all
a
about
concept of a thing that
feelings.
is the ultimate. You want it to be, Daniel. You want it to be. You want it to. Yes, nothing is concrete because what we're trying to talk about here, what we're trying to describe, transcends all that we are even capable of. And
How
so
do you know that?
How do we do that?
But how do you
What do
know
you
that?
mean?
Not how do
Because
we do that? How do
because
you know that? It's like because you
because
claim
clearly
that you
the
know that to
universe
be the
exists.
case.
It has existed before we understood it. It was there, okay, and we didn't bring
Yeah.
anything to it. We haven't caused anything to it. We just described it back to ourselves, and we still
Yes,
have to navigate, not
and
knowing the
it's like again, it's
specifics.
like you're
And
just
we
you're
seem
just
to
literally
need
making
meaning
the
to
same claim
navigate
of
these
look at the
things.
trees.
And so it's useful.
No, but you keep saying like look at the trees, look at the trees. But Daniel, look at the
No,
trees.
Daniel,
And you see the trees
Daniel,
existed
I'm
before you
sorry,
were
man.
born,
I've
Daniel.
really,
It's
I've
like
really got to go to bed. Let's try again another time.
maybe.
Thank you, Daniel.
You're
Thank
welcome. You're
you.
welcome. Just
Okay,
get like a
but
better
maybe another
definition of
time,
God
all right?
first.
I've really got to go. Yeah, I
Okay.
will work. I
See
will
you.
work on better articulation for sure.
Get
This
some
is
better
helpful.
shit to throw at the wall.
God bless. Bye bye.
Thanks for
Take
coming
care.
out. Thanks for coming out.
That was a bit painful. I gotta say, I still didn't understand what he means by God, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe sometime I will understand what he meant by God. Did you understand, Christian, what he meant by God? Maybe you can tell me.
Well, for what it's worth, I've spoken to him before, and like I think
Oh, same.
I actually like I really like his theology. You know, like I feel like he's overall
I
like
would-
a really
I
like
prefer it to
like
other
accepting
theologies.
person, right? Like
Yeah,
he doesn't support a lot of the like you know like we were talking one of our other episodes about like the horrible atrocities of like the Old Testament and stuff, and he doesn't. Right, he's happy to throw all that stuff away, like I like to, and just be like, look, like he likes Jesus. It's in his name. He likes the teachings of Jesus. So like,
I mean, look,
so
it's like
overall,
I
you know, I'm a
prefer
big fan
him
of
to
his
other
theology,
Christians.
but like admittedly, he didn't have the best like arguments for God, right? But I think that in a way, he might have. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't agree with that, right? But,
I was hard pressed, and I think anybody would be hard pressed to look back at that and actually present the argument that he made. Because again, it's like I'm not trying to throw shade or anything, but I didn't really catch like any real argument. But there's somebody else here who actually did have an argument that he wrote in the side chat, Gabriel Maman. So I don't know if you want to hop on and actually have a conversation, Gabriel. But if you want to, we can definitely have it. Or whoever else wants to present like the one true argument for the existence of God. Man, that was a long one. Holy moly! I just noticed it's been an hour and 44 minutes, like talking to him. Oh, that was
yeah.
that was long. That was long. I did not expect it. Oh, Codex. I don't know. Codex, are you a believer? Do you believe in God? Do you have a good argument for God? Well, probably not. Whew, I gotta say, it's like that. That kind of made me a bit tired, like having that conversation. But yeah. Anyway, last time, if you remember, we did have the tier list, on the arguments for God. Oh, he said like Codex says that he's not proselytizing. I mean, it's not about proselytizing. It's about like presenting your argument. You know, I mean, I'm trying to be as respectful as possible and having like just good conversations. Come on, Gabriel. It's like, you know, I do believe that we can handle your voice. Okay, like no matter what your voice is, I think we can handle it. We're like we're big boys. We've been oh, if you're the Messiah, dude, I mean, it's like, did you fulfill more prophecies than Jesus? It only has to be more than 0. Okay, so Codex, you can just unmute and let's have a conversation. Let's talk about it. Didn't really understand what you said there.
I mean, we can, but I also have a scheduling crunch, so
it's fine.
that's why I'm in side chat.
Yeah,
I'm
we can
going to disappear soon, but
well, it's fine. You know.
Yeah. What are you trying to pull me into? What conversation?
No, I
would you
was
like
just.
to have?
Do you believe in God? Are you a believer?
I'm a theist.
You're a theist. Okay.
I'm like a non-traditional theist. We've had this conversation before, but yeah, I'm a weird theist.
Yeah, I know.
I'm a theist that the other theists are mad at.
What do you classify as a good argument?
I don't know. Do you have a good argument? Like any argument that is good?
But what do you think? What's meant by a good argument?
Well, a good
an
argument is
that-
an argument that convinces you of the proposition being true. Extremist. So you know, if you have an argument that would actually make us believe.
Invalid, and if I give an invalid and not sound argument, and it's convincing to some mentally ill guy, would that be a good argument?
Well, for them it is, yes.
So, whether or not an argument is good is subjective.
Well, I mean, it's pretty, for a lot of people, yes, because some people are convinced.
Okay, but that means
to believe in God based on some
I can give you the
arguments.
best argument ever. I can give you like a formally valid and sound deductive argument. You just say, "Oh, it's in my opinion." It's
Oh, do you have that?
The whole point of this is just the whole point is just to discuss the arguments. Like it's not really about, we're not like, there's no prize for which team wins here, you know? Like we're not, there's no cash prize. But we're just
I know,
argument.
but it's
So
like fun to pretend as if this is like some competition.
Well, I mean, I'm going to tell you exactly why we ended up on this claim, right? On this topic for the show, Extremist. The reason is a lot of theists and deists, right? They believe in God, and they believe in God for a reason, right? And they've been convinced to believe in God, right? In order to be convinced, there has to be an argument or there has to be evidence. Okay? So if you have either an argument, right, for the existence of God, or if you believe you have evidence for the existence of God, you can provide those. And then we can try to investigate and see, okay, is your argument valid? Probably is. Is it sound, right? And when we're investigating the soundness, we're going to go into a lot of evidence, right, towards the soundness of your premises. So we can do that. So if you're a believer, it's like, what do you think is your best argument for the existence of God?
I like how you're respectful. Thank you for being respectful. I'll give you an argument.
Okay.
So I'll put it in the side chat.
Thank you. Let's see what the argument is. Maybe, who knows, Krishan, maybe today we become believers, man.
Well, to be fair,
It's a pretty
I don't
basic
really think
argument.
it's arguments that make people believers.
Yeah,
I think that they're fun to discuss.
Okay, so is this one P1, the totality of all contingents, So this is kind of like the prime mover, the argument from contingency, basically, right? Is what you're describing here.
Yeah, I'm arguing from contingency.
Okay, so why do you
but
think?
It's more of a unique twist on it.
Can you repeat? Sorry, I didn't really hear you.
It's a sort of unique twist on the argument.
Okay. So let's because I need to understand this, like what you're saying, right? So it's like your P1 says the totality of all contingents is either actualized by a contingent being or a necessary being. What does it mean, the totality of all contingents?
Mm-hmm. So everything which could have not existed, basically.
So wait, anything that could have not existed? I don't get it.
Yep.
Yeah, like have you ever heard of possible worlds in philosophy? Something that's necessary is true in all possible worlds. And something that's contingent is not true in all possible worlds. Here's a quick objection to P1 is like, could we just say that there are multiple necessary beings? Why does there have to be a being?
Well, it's do you believe in like any form of parsimony?
Well, I think it's like a theoretical virtue, right? I don't think it's truth determining.
Yeah, it's not an actual virtue. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be existing in reality.
Say there is equal evidence for two necessary beings existing and one necessary being existing. Obviously, one existing one would be more justified in believing in the existence of one due to that virtue. So, I think that would be. I honestly
but
don't
it
think
doesn't mean that's the reality, though.
Monotheism.
So can I give you an example?
We would just have to change the argument. Like P1 should say something like, it would be a parsimonious theory that the totality of all contingents is either actualized by contingent being necessary.
No.
And then we would just conclude that it would be a parsimonious theory that it must be actualized by necessary being.
Because that's not the point of the syllogism. The point of the syllogism is just to establish a necessary cause. So,
right. Well, I think it fails to do that.
How so?
Like I said, it seems to be completely possible that there could be multiple necessary beings.
I mean, at least two,
beings.
right?
Okay,
it could be an infinity of necessary beings.
If I were to add like an S to the end, would the argument now be sound? Would you accept it?
Also, why do they have to be beings? Yes, because beings actually means something that's like rational. Why cannot be like a mechanistic thing, right? Imagine
that's not
a transcendent.
That's not usually
no, just a second. Imagine a transcendent yo-yo that is producing universes, right? Which is like purely mechanistical. It has nothing to do with like it doesn't think, it doesn't feel, it doesn't make up rules.
But the thing here is that it's not what being means. In ontology, or in the study of basically what exists and what does not exist, being is synonymous with existence. So I'm just like you could replace the word being with existence, the argument would still be the exact same. I'm just
well,
speaking of that there must exist a
yeah.
necessary thing which comes with this. It doesn't have to be.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with like being the same thing as existing. No, beings exist,
in ontology,
right? Existence are not being.
In
I mean, I think
ontology,
it's just a
they're
definition he's using. Which
Yeah,
is fine.
it's kind of a definition problem, but yeah.
So then the conclusion would just be something like all contingent things are actualized by necessary things.
Why can things?
Yeah, but that's on the definition of what it is to be contingent, right?
Yeah, because I feel like you're also missing something in P1. So you're saying the totality of all contingents is either actualized by a contingent being or a necessary being, or maybe they're just brute facts. Why not? So it kind of feels to me like a kind of false dichotomy, right? Because I can think of at least one other thing that could be the case, right? It could be the case. There's, there are brute facts.
I know, but brute facts are basically usually in. Well, first, let me clarify something. The argument's conclusion would be that the collection of all contingent objects is actualized by a necessary being or beings. Obviously, one would be more justified in believing that there's one necessary being, since it's far more parsimonious.
Yeah, but parsimony has nothing to do with whether or not something is true or not. So parsimony is just like a thing we use when we have more than one answers to a thing, right? And we say, oh, we're gonna say it's probably this one, but we keep investigating. We're not just saying, oh, that's it because it's simpler, right? So that's not how we do things. So the thing is like
I know.
P1, your P1, it kind of feels like a false dichotomy because, as I said, just a second, Christian.
Two necessary beings.
Yeah, just a second. So it's like not only those two things are just two of the things that could be the case. The third one could be, just some things are like brute facts. Also, they could be like an infinite regress, which is again not illogical, right? So again, from 2 we went to 4 things that could be the case.
So okay? Here's the thing. The issue is that I believe that these are. Well, actually, no. It is a true dichotomy. Here's the thing. If you say that it's a brute first cause, okay, brute things are still classified as either necessary or contingent. So that's not.
Nope.
That's not tackling the argument.
Nope. That's the thing. It's like brute facts are not caused by anything. There's like nothing is causing them.
I know, but
it's like saying the universe is, right? The universe just is, right? It's a brute fact.
But
nothing created the universe. Nothing created the universe. The universe just is.
Brute facts are classified. Brute facts, dude. Brute facts are classified as either necessary or contingent. There are brute contingencies and brute necessities. Everything is classified into these two categories.
No, because you said it's like so your thing. Right? In your thing is like the totality of all contingents. Well, no, because it's like when you're saying the totality of all contingents is either actualized by a contingent being or a necessary being, right? So you're saying it's like if you're taking everything in the universe that is contingent, right? It's either, that way because of a previous thing that made it that way, or something that is necessary. And I could just say, well, no. They might just be that way, right? That's a third thing that they could be, right?
So that's stating
that's what it means to be a brute fact.
My understanding of this is that like necessity and contingency is about whether it could fail to exist or not, and then like bruteness is about explanations, whether there's something that explains it or not. So it's like maybe libertarian free will decisions are brute, and then you could think about like the chain of causality. And like, maybe there's some being that because of some other free will decision never exists in that universe. So his brute free will facts never exist, right? So those would be something that's contingent and brute.
Yeah. Basically, he's just stating that the totality of all contingents could be brute, right?
Well, not necessarily but
because here's another point about. Here's another point about parsimony that I was trying to make earlier, right? It's like if you're trying to say that it would be like the reason that we shouldn't say that there could be necessary beings is because we could just say a necessary being. Well, then the question is, what explaining does the necessary being do at all? right? Like, why is that better, like more explanatorily virtuous than just saying that everything is brute, right? Like, what is actually
Well,
explained?
usually I think spamming like brutes and everything is just sort of just hurting your ontology here, because usually brutes are taken to be a last resort in philosophy when we have no other
But
possible
the thing
explanation.
about parsimony, though, and like talking about like inflating my ontology, that only matters if you can use less entities to explain the same amount of stuff, right? Or explain more things, right? But you have to have a good reason for positing that there is this God, right? Like, what explaining does God do? What fact of the universe is
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
explained by God, but is not explained without God?
Here's the thing. Explanation, the way it's used in this argument, it's just causal. The explanation of this argument is simply causal. It's basically just stating that there needs to be a cause for their existence. So cause and explanation are
No,
synonymous.
it doesn't have to be a cause. That's the whole point. So you're saying that there has to be a cause for their existence.
I know,
when it's a brute
you're
fact,
stating
there's no
the
cause
universe
for
could
their
be.
existence. They just exist.
I know. The universe can be a.
And the big problem here too is if you say that there has to be a cause for existence, I think you're committed to saying that there has to be a cause for the cause of existence, right? If everything has a cause, then you're committed to an infinite regressive causes.
But I'm not stating that everything has a cause. It's a very silly premise. No philosopher believes that.
Well, there's a lot of philosophers that believe
Here's
exactly
the thing,
this,
guys.
by the way.
To tackle. Let me clarify something. You could say that the universe is a brute contingency, but the issue is that we observe that things in the universe have explanations, and the universe is just the collection of its contents. The universe isn't like an actual. It's not like an actual thing. It's just a set. It's defined by its elements. So if its elements are contingent, then it's fair to assume that the universe is also contingent.
No, that's a
that's the
fallacy
case,
of
then the universe-
composition. That's a fallacy of composition.
That's
Just
not-
because
no,
things
no,
in
no,
the
that's not-
universe, just because things in the universe are contingent on other things in the universe, it doesn't mean that the whole universe is contingent on anything.
But composition fallacies only apply to material things. They don't apply to
The universe
abstract
is a
concepts.
material thing. I mean, are we not in agreement that the universe is a material thing?
But we're classifying these material things under abstract concepts like contingent or necessary. So we're using these abstract concepts. Abstract things can't fall under a composition fallacy. So basically,
yeah, but we're not talking
by
about
the way, this
abstract
argument-
things right now, right? We're talking about the universe. So that's why when I said that that's a composition fallacy, it was because you were talking about the universe, which is not an abstract thing.
Well, no, I'm speaking, dude. I'm speaking of whether or not the universe is classified as contingent or necessary. I'm saying that all the contents of the universe seem to be contingent. I'm saying that these things seem to have this immaterial property of being contingent.
Why do they
So,
seem to be contingent?
If the universe,
But that's a composition division fallacy. That's what I'm telling you. It's like you're saying goes like because
it's not, dude, I
because
already clarified
these parts are like this, therefore the whole thing is the same, right? So that's why I'm saying it's a composition division fallacy.
I'm saying composition fallacies only apply to material objects. They don't apply to immaterial stuff or abstract properties like contingency or necessity. These things.
Yeah, but we
can't
were not
fall under
talking about
composition
that.
fallacies. We literally are. We're speaking on whether or not these things are contingent or necessary.
No, but when I
That's the
said that's a composition fallacy, I was talking about your claim about the universe, which is not like an abstract thing.
Dude. When I'm talking about my claim about the universe is that the universe is a set which is defined by its elements. Okay, when we look at the elements, they all seem to have this abstract property of being contingent. So therefore, it's fair to assume that the universe also has this abstract property of being contingent. I'm not making a material claim about the universe having like this this material state due to its elements. That would be a composition fallacy. I'm speaking of an abstract property.
Yeah, I don't really get it. Can you like try to explain it so I can?
Is there a mod in here?
Kind of understand.
Yeah, what's good, bro? I'm on mod. What's good?
You're a mod?
Yeah.
No. Hey, stop.
Okay,
stop,
so
If you have any
basically,
mod issues,
coherence
open
is
mod ticket.
disrespecting like.
Okay,
is
so
disrespecting.
we're not doing this. We're not doing this. This is a show. If you need somebody, you can open a ticket and you can get somebody to come there and actually help you. This is a live stream, okay? So Toast, I'm sorry for muting you. You can open a ticket and just take care of it that way, okay? Thank you.
Hey, can you unmute me?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay, my bad. But Ox, can we go into the Discord channel together? Because I need to talk to you.
I was messing with you. I'm not a mod. I was joking.
He's not a mod.
Hannah's a mod, though. Hannah's a
Oh, you're
Hannah's a
not?
mod.
Okay, then. Okay, cool.
Hannah is a mod. Hannah is a mod.
Go ahead and leave the channel and open a ticket.
Hannah? Where's Hannah?
Leave the
Hannah,
channel and open a
first thing
ticket. We're gonna meet you again.
Yeah, I just disconnected him. It's fine.
Thank you.
Anyway, let's get back to the crux of it, extremists. Sorry for that. Happens. We're like in a public room. Extremist, you still there?
Looks like he left, man.
Well,
Yo,
oh,
I'm here.
he is. Yeah. He
Actually,
said he's
He
back.
said the
A
one
second.
pack.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Okay, sorry for that. Sorry for that. Let's get back to it.
All good. So this, what I'm stating is that if we speak of this, like material stuff, when we're speaking of material objects, composition fallacies apply. But when we're talking about abstract concepts like contingency or necessity, it can that fallacy does not apply. The composition fallacy doesn't apply because we're speaking of abstract stuff. Composition doesn't even occur there.
Okay, so what exactly is the abstract stuff that we're talking about? Because what I understood from what you said,
The property of being either contingent or necessary.
But again, it's like you're talking about the properties of physical things, like all the stuff in the universe, right? So that's why I said you're making a composition fallacy, because you were talking about the properties of physical stuff. So by definition, that would be under the composition fallacy.
By the way, I don't even see how composition fallacy would be applied here. I mean, how would you differentiate when it's fair to conclude about it's fair to make an assumption about the set using its elements and when it's not fair? So, for example, say I have a brick wall and I'm looking at every brick, and every brick seems to be red. Everything about that, every single brick about that brick wall seems to be red. It's fair to assume that the brick wall is also red. That wouldn't fall under a composition fallacy.
No, not necessarily.
Is that a composition fallacy?
It would be
Okay.
because there's a chance it's not actually red, right? And it's just because. Look, I'm gonna give you like an example. Do you know if you're going to the pixels in your screen, for example, there's no I don't know, green or like yellow. I don't know. There's one of the colors is not there, right? So if you're just going to go and you're gonna be like really, really close, right? Imagine you're like this tiny ant that can only see like each pixel, right? And the tiny ant is looking at each pixel and says, well, there's no yellow pixel here, right? Literally zero yellow pixels, right? But then when you go out, right? Again, zero yellow pixels, right? When you go out and you see it from like a bigger perspective, boom, it's yellow. Because that's how it works, right? And that's how it's composed.
Yeah, I know.
Right, so that's why I'm saying it's like I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying it's like you cannot say that it isn't, right? So it's like it's like if you're going to make claims about the whole thing based on like each individual member, you're kind of engaging in a composition fallacy because you don't know if that's actually correct what you're saying. It is correct when you're talking about each individual member of the set, but not for the set as a whole.
Do you know what the principle of existentiality is?
No.
In set theory, which by the way, I'm a retard on set theory, so I can't explain it too well. But basically, any like intro to logic which discusses it would state that a set under the axiom of existentiality is basically defined by its elements. So say we have two sets, set A and set B. Set A is made up of the numbers like 3, 2, 1, and set B is made up of the numbers 1, 2, 3, or any other formulation of these numbers. Under that axiom, these two sets would be identical. No matter how much we try to play around, if they have the exact same elements, they would be identical.
Yes, that is a set theory.
I'm sort of struggling to comprehend when would that be a composition fallacy?
So no, it's about making claims about the whole set, the set as a whole, by appealing to like each individual member of the set, right? So when I was talking about the pixels, right, that's where I kind of like made it clear why it's a composition fallacy, right? Because
But I'm not.
if I were to appeal to every pixel in the set, I would say there's no such thing as yellow or green. I forget which one it is. Not good with colors. Okay. But again, it's like that would be false, right? Because again, it's like if I'm not the ant, if I'm a human being and I'm on the outside and I'm looking from like a bigger distance, right? Boom, there's yellow, right? So the whole set, right? For me, it's all yellow, right? That's a property of the whole set of the pixels.
Okay,
Even
but
if each pixel which
here's the
makes the
thing,
set
dude.
of pixels is different.
We're not taking a look at every single individual element of the set. We're speaking of the collection of elements. A collection of these elements is the set. The set is identical to the collection of these elements.
Yeah, it's the same
So,
thing for the pixels, right?
when we
Like
take a
the
look at
whole
the uni-
screen
But
is made
how
of
do we-
pixels.
Here's the thing. Okay, so is
Am I
that you
wrong
that,
about
do you,
that?
deny that principle?
No, but am I wrong about that? Because if
No,
I
no,
have
no.
a screen,
I agree that composition.
yeah.
Dude, I agree. I agree that composition fallacies exist. And a good example, and like I think a better one would be, say you have like the pyramids. If every block of the pyramid is small, that doesn't mean that the pyramid itself is small. But the issue is that it seems that, well, when we're speaking of these abstract, like these modal categories, they can't fall into composition fallacies. And I already gave the example with like logic and set theory.
Yeah, but the
I
thing
mean,
is, okay,
I think,
let's we're kind of getting bogged down in this composition fallacy, which I don't think it's even that interesting, or like, we shouldn't get bogged down too much in it, right? I think it's more important for us to actually look like at your argument. And last week when we also talked about the arguments for God, right, and which are like the more famous arguments for God. And one of the arguments, which is like pretty famous, especially in philosophy, is the argument from contingency. And the problem that I'm having, and tell me if I'm wrong about this, is that whenever I'm hearing people using the argument from contingency, the problem that I'm having is that your conclusion that there has to be like a necessary being, right? Even if I'm agreeing with everything in your premise conclusion, that necessary being doesn't have to be a god. Would I be wrong about that?
That's also the best argument.
Yeah.
No. The argument here isn't to establish God; it's to establish necessary first cause.
Yeah. So, and the first cause could be anything, right? As I said in the beginning, it could be like a magic yo-yo that creates universes. And it is what it is, right? It's just a magic yo-yo, which is necessary, by the way. It's a necessary magical yo-yo that does that. And that's the only thing it does. It just creates universes.
But do you know what abduction is?
Yes.
Abduction is in like the inference room, not like kidnapping someone.
Yeah, but abduction usually is like it kind of plays on my inherent biases, and my inherent biases could be absolutely dead wrong. So it's not a good tool to actually use to get to the truth, right? And since here we don't have an abductive argument, this is a deductive argument, the one that you presented, right? So it's like we have to go by the argument that was presented.
So if you're basically conceding to this argument, this is usually in philosophy of religion, it's called stage 1, where we just established there exists a necessary first cause. Okay, stage 2 is to establish that first cause is God. Now, there's no way to, deductively prove that it's going to be God. We were going to say that it's probable that it's God. So probably God exists. And if you don't believe in what's probable, I mean, you would be considered irrational.
Yeah, but this is the thing. So first of all, like even this argument, as I said, I feel like the argument is extremely flawed in like a lot of ways, right? And I'm more familiar with like the the regular argument from contingency. And I think it has like a lot of problems. It kind of presents usually like a false dichotomy in premise one, just like yours also presents like a false dichotomy in premise one. And because it does that, the conclusion by itself is flawed, right? Because if the conclusion is
I don't think that's even a
flawed,
false dichotomy.
well, as I said, it is, because you said it's either contingent or necessary, but it doesn't have to be. And again, it's like in premise two. Then in your case, it says.
Listen. You said, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you said, okay, well, it could be brute, and I already explained. Brute facts still fall into either contingent or necessary. It's a true dichotomy.
Oh, I don't see them as being that way. I don't see them as being the same as necessary. Because Christian made actually the distinction, right? And usually, especially when philosophers talk about necessary beings, they talk about things that have to exist in all possible worlds, right? And I don't think that is the case. I think it could be something that is just a brute fact, maybe just in this universe, right? Maybe this is the only universe that exists, and it's just like this one brute fact. And that's it. And it's not necessary, it's not contingent, it's just a brute fact. And there's a very, very big distinction, especially in philosophy. As much as I know, I'm not like a huge philosophy guy, where like necessary beings and brute facts are not treated as being the same thing.
Sometimes necessary truths are brute, sometimes they're not. But what I'm trying to get at is that if you say, okay, well, the universe exists brutally and it's neither contingent nor necessary, I'm just going to ask you, could that brute fact have not existed? If you say yes, then it's contingent. If you say no, then it's necessary.
No, as I said, it can just be a brute fact. Again, it can just be a brute fact.
Brute facts are still classified as either contingent or necessary.
Brute facts they're not. No, they're not. You're just wrong here. Like brute facts are not
you want me
contingent.
To source on this?
Yeah, please give me a source. If you have a source for this, that would be amazing. As I said, it's like I don't know that much about philosophy. I'm not like the biggest philosophy guy.
Sure.
But again, like, because whenever we're talking about like necessary beings, they have some things, right? And as Christian was saying, right, they have to exist in all possible worlds. That's the whole thing about the necessary being, right? And they have the explanation. No, but and the thing with necessary beings is like when you're asking people how do they exist, and it's like they have an explanation, which is usually their own nature, just like people are making the claim about God, right? It's like he just exists by its own nature. The thing with brute facts, they have no explanation and then don't require to have an explanation. So that's why like they're just different as ideas.
Do you think that stating something is contingent is explaining it? Obviously not.
No, but this is why I'm saying it's a false dichotomy, because you're saying it's contingent or necessary. And what I'm telling you, it can be contingent, necessary, or a brute fact. And in that case, it stops being a dichotomy.
I'll send you, dude. I'll send you a source on it. But the issue here is that brute is still categorized as either. There's a brute contingency or a brute necessity, and brute contingencies are heavily debated in philosophy. To say that something could fail to exist and also be brute. But here, I'll send you a good source.
Okay.
Have you heard the objection to this kind of argument that, like, when you say that everything comes from this necessary being, and especially like if it's God, that it makes everything necessary, right? Like, if we're saying that it's like, everything contingent comes from God and in His will, what explains God's will, right? Why He thinks one thing over another? I think people are likely to say that it's necessary, right? God necessarily has these properties and these motivations and this kind of will.
Well,
so okay, there's this necessary being that has this necessary will, in what way are the beings he creates contingent.
Here, this is similar to the modal collapse objection to classical theism.
I don't.
I'm not sure. Maybe not by that
Maybe
name.
I do,
don't
but
know.
yeah, maybe it's just the
So
name.
basically-
Maybe I do know it, but yeah, I don't know the name.
Yeah, can you go over it?
for it? Yeah.
Basically, classical theists are people that believe that God's essence is identical to his properties. So God's property of being loving is identical to his essence. The issue here is that they also believe that God's act is identical to his essence. Usually, a tenet of classical theism is that God is necessary. That means that God's essence is necessary. Okay, well, if God's essence is necessary, then whatever is identical to it is also necessary. Okay, so God seems to perform the act of creation. Since his acts are identical to his essence, then the act of creation is also identical to his essence. If his essence is necessary, then the act of creation is also necessary.
I think
The
that is similar to
argument
this.
here, yeah, the conclusion here is basically modal collapse. The classical theist is committed to saying that the universe, everything that exists is necessary, which obviously isn't a very good position to hold to, especially as a theist.
So do you think that your argument kind of escapes that modal collapse?
Well, I don't believe that God's will is necessary, or that his I don't believe his properties are necessary. Because I'm not a
So you think
classical
they could have been
theist.
different?
Yeah, I'm not a classical theist.
Do you think that? So what determined God's properties? Why does God have the properties he does?
I don't know, dude. I'm not even claiming that I know with certainty that he has these set of properties. I'm claiming that he probably has these properties. He probably has the property of being rational. He probably has other properties, and I'm just abducting it. So any sort of argument that I'm gonna give for God isn't defined as an agent for this necessary for God's being an agent. It's called a non-monotonic argument. Basically, the
But you
argument
think God is not an agent?
No, I'm saying that any argument that I give for his agency is a non-monotonic argument, where I'm basically saying that the premises, the conclusion of the argument can change given new information. Basically, any argument is just going to be, the conclusion is just going to be probable. The conclusion won't be deductively proven. We're not going to be certain of it. The conclusion is just going to be, okay, well, probably God is an agent who is rational. Probably he has these set of properties.
But we haven't even gotten
even
to that, right, as being the case, because we still have to demonstrate that God is, what made the universe, right? And as I said, even if we grant your syllogism, it still doesn't lead to any God, right? And I feel the thing is, and this is where I feel like the biggest problem for theists or deists is when they're appealing to this argument for God, is that they're going to use a deductive argument first, and then from this deductive argument they're going to go to some abductive argument, which is extremely weird, right? So why are you using a deductive argument and then you're just doing like an abductive argument? It's like, oh, at that point we're just appealing to our feelings and our intuitions, which I don't think it's necessarily a good path to truth.
Do you think that any sort of inductive argument is depending on facts, depending on feelings? I think that's a bit of a weird assumption here. Many arguments are invalid and inductive and are still good arguments. In fact, I think some of the best arguments against religion for religion.
No, but you didn't say inductive. You said abductive.
Abduction and induction are very similar inferences. There are also good abductive arguments against religion for religion. Abductive arguments are good arguments, even if they're not.
Yeah, but they might be similar, but they're not the same. right?
So do you
It's
think
like
any sort of deductive argument is bad?
I didn't say that either. I just said it's very
You
weird
said
to use a deductive argument as your basis, right? And on the basis of that deductive argument, instead of continuing with deductive arguments, which would be the thing you should be doing, you're switching from deductive to abductive or inductive,
well, yeah,
depending on
because
which one you
it's
want to
sort of
use.
it's sort of impossible. It's sort of impossible to, in my opinion at least, to argue for God being a rational agent without using his creation. I mean, usually when we judge whether or not someone's rational, we look at what they do. Okay, well, when we look at what God or this necessary first cause did, obviously
Well,
we have
no,
to look at the
you have to
universe.
assume that this cause did it, right? And it's like,
But you're already
and you have
granting
to just a
that. You're
second. It's
granting
like, yeah, true. But you have to assume that something that's not purely mechanistical, right? So it's like you need to skip a step, right? And that step is, how do we determine if this source was a purely mechanistical one, or it's something that has intentions, something that has rationality, and so on, will,
Yeah, and you
emotions and whatnot, right?
can't
And
do
that's the
that.
problem. Yeah, that's a huge
You
problem.
can't do that deductively. You can't do that deductively. That's impossible to perform deductively. To measure whether or not that agent is rational, you have to look at what that
No,
agent
it's
does.
like even
okay?
yeah, but you cannot do that, right? Because look, I can have a
Why can't I do
computer.
that?
Well, I can tell you how, right? It's like I can have a computer, for example, especially in this day and age, right, with all this AI, right? I can have a computer which is purely mechanistical, right? Because it's just zeros and ones, right? I can have it write like some poetry, right? And then you could write some poetry, right? And I could give it to somebody. It's like, oh, just tell me which one of these poems was written by a human being, right? And which one was written by a purely mechanistical process. How would they go about seeing it? How would you go about to tell me, which one did what, right? So
Dude,
the only thing that we have,
go by
yeah, but the only thing we have is just the universe, right?
We go by probability. Someone would reason properly.
Okay, so how do you
it's
calculate
likely. So, for example, we observe that rational minds seem to create beautiful artifacts. Okay, if we grant that, and we grant that the universe is beautiful,
no.
it's fair to conclude that the universe
No.
would have. I'm just stating. I'm giving that as an example. If you were to grant that, then the conclusion would be that it's probable that the universe has a mind behind it. This is basic abductive, or inductive inference here. We're using analogous. It's an analogous argument.
Yeah, but it's like I feel that that's very, very weak, because beauty is something that's very subjective. It literally changes from person to person.
I said,
what I find beautiful, the other person might find shit.
as an example, but
yeah,
I don't even. I'm leaning towards aesthetic realism, but that's sort of besides the.
I was just trying to have the conversation.
We can use stuff like complexity, for example. Do you believe that complexity is subjective?
Complexity. What do you mean by complexity?
Complexity would just be, let's see, more. So, how would I define complexity properly? It's difficult to be replicated.
Difficult to be replicated.
Difficult to replicate. That's complexity.
Computer processors are very complex, but we have factories that make them.
Yeah, they're very easy.
There are some biological processes that are incredibly complex and yet have co-occurred multiple times in evolution, and they seem inevitably so.
Yeah,
I
don't know if that's a good one.
Yeah. Okay, let's think of another thing. Would you say deterministic ratios are objective?
Deterministic ratios, like what, pi, for example?
Well, a more precise example would be, say a bunch of biologists have a rare animal, and the animal can only survive under certain conditions, life promoting conditions.
Oh, that's true for
These
all animals. Yes.
Let me say it's a very, very rare and sick animal. So the biologists they create an environment for it, an artificial one, where all these ratios that promote its growth and life are set. That would be an example of deterministic ratios. It's basically ratios that are set for a specific cause or for a specific reason.
Yeah, but in this case, you would know the biologists, they did it and how they did it and how they determined exactly which ratios in the environment have to be and so on, right?
But what I'm saying here is this: we observe that these ratios, these very precise ratios, are usually created by minds. Okay, so when we look at the universe and we observe stuff like the cosmological constant or whatever ratio you want to use.
Oh, so you're talking about like the fine-tuning argument now?
Yeah, dude, I mean, obviously any inductive argument for God is going to be teleological.
Yeah, but again, it's like when you're talking about the fine-tuning argument, right? And you're talking about the universal constants, right? Like the gravitational constant and so on, speed of light and whatnot. You don't know exactly a lot of things about them. You don't know anybody set them. You don't know they could be otherwise. You don't know if those constants could be different.
But I'm not claiming to know here. I'm just stating that, well, it's likely, considering how we observe that, well set ratios are usually precisely made by minds.
Yeah, but that to me seems kind of like the puddle argument, It's like you're the puddle and you're in a hole and you feel like, oh my god, this hole is made so perfectly for me. Like, look how it is. It's just like it exactly like me, this hole, right? And this is when I hear people talking about the fine-tuning argument, that's what they're kind of seeing, right? They're seeing these things that make the universe be the way it is, and they're saying, oh my god, it's like look at how all these things are made specifically so the universe looks exactly how we're seeing it right now. So that's literally the puddle argument.
There's an issue with that. We know that the puddle could have been different. I mean,
no, we don't. That's the thing. No, we don't. That's the problem is that we don't know if the puddle could have been different. It's like when we're looking at the universe, and again, it's like I'm a chemist. I've talked with like plenty of physicists, right? Even if I'm not a physicist myself, right? I'm on the lowest place of science, okay, as a chemist. The thing is, it's like nobody knows if the constants could have been different. Not only that, we don't know. Let's say the constants could have been different, right? The other issue that arises from this is that the constants could, if you move one, the others also move in such a way that you're still going to get the exact same universe. So we don't know these things.
I think we do. So the Stanford Encyclopedia, I'm going to use that as my source. I don't know if you take that to be a sufficient source, but the Stanford Encyclopedia, it mentions that, it states that stuff like the cosmological constant, if it was different by any metric, humanity would have not existed. Or,
okay, but this is what I said. This is what I said, extremist. So we have math around these things. Okay, so whenever we're looking at the world, right, the physicists, they make formulas for how things are. Okay, so we have mathematics, right? And then when we are writing down those equations, right, one of the terms in the equation, for example, is the cosmological constant, right? If we change the number, right, the whole thing would be different, right? It would just like have repercussions for everything else, right? The thing that I was talking about is like, let's say the cosmological constant is 2.1. Obviously, it's not 2.1, but let's just say it's 2.1. And I'm going to put it in the equation. And then I'm going to tell you, oh my God, extremist. If I change it from 2.1 to 7.4, look what happens in the equation. Like everything goes to shit, right? The question that we're having is, could this constant be anything other than 2.1? And that's the thing we don't know. Yes, of course we know that if it changes in the equations, things are different. We know that. The problem is we don't know if it could be different. And not only that, what we don't know, let's say it could be different. Let's say the cosmological constant could be different. But it's not just the cosmological constant in there. There's other constants too. But what if one of the ways the universe works is that every time you change the cosmological constant, all the other constants are changing from what they are to a number that makes it so that the equation has the same answer every time.
So I'm not well read enough to comment on that, but
I mean, I
At
hope
least
I
from
made
what
it very
I've read-
clear because I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
trying
I
to kind of
understand.
explain to you, right? It's like how it works.
Yeah, I understood.
Yeah.
As far as I've read, if these constants could have been different, the universe wouldn't have corrected itself and humanity would have just not existed.
We don't know that.
The Stanford look here. Here, so if gravity had been
what they're-
absent,
yeah,
or-
if so, what they're not talking about, and I agree with everything it says there, right? If gravity had been absent, if electromagnetism would have been stronger, if, right? So they're all talking about the if, and that's not the important
if-
one
if
in
is
here. It's
modally
like
explicitly saying-
the important question is that could they have been different? I understand the if, right? Because the if is just from the equations, right? We can just take the equations and just change them by hand. We can do it right now if we wanted to, right? We can take the equations and we can change all the constants in the equations. The question, though, and the most important question in this thing is, could those constants be different?
Well, the thing here is that the obviously the constants could have been different. It's just saying if they were different, then life would have not have grown. They could be different, but if they were different, life would not have grown. The fact that they
What if it's
aren't,
not obvious though? What if it's not obvious to us? Can you explain it to us?
I mean, we
Like,
could be
that
wrong.
they could be different.
We could be wrong. But as far as we know, if they were different, they could be different. They could have been different. But if they were,
No, we don't know
Well,
if
yeah,
they could have.
but Daniel was objecting and saying
Yes.
we don't know that they could have been different. And your response to that was, since it's obvious that they could be different, but it's not obvious, right? It seems like, well, why can you? How can you say that they could be different?
I mean, under obviously, since we're discussing, the laws of nature, are we speaking like could? I'm gonna sound like a nerd here, bro. Are we speaking good like could have been under what modality? Like under logical modality? Could they have logically been different? Yes, obviously they could.
No,
have
not
been different.
logically, like factually be different, right? Because again, when we're talking
Well,
about like
factually.
a logical possibility, oh yeah, we can think about like a lot of things that could be different, right? Right, but that's an if thing.
Do you mean nomological modality?
No, okay.
So like
No,
under
it's
the
like
laws of nature.
in actuality,
Given the laws of nature.
could they have been different in actuality, right? Not
Well,
can we think
that's
about
sort of-
whether or not they can be different, right? That's
That's
because
sort of-
that's
that's sort of-
besides the point.
That's sort of self-contradictory. If is already referencing like other ways, and then you're saying, okay, well, could something exist in other ways, actually, like compared or like how? Well, here's the thing: when you say actually in modal logic or possible world semantics, it's used as an indexical here, so it's basically the equivalent of saying I, or he, or any other sort of indexical. You're just referencing the actual world. Okay, so what you're saying basically is these things could be different in the actual world. Okay, well, if they could have been different in other possible worlds, obviously they could have been different in the actual world. But you're just when I said that
That's
What
not
if
what
that-
I'm
that,
saying.
like-
I'm not even appealing to some like philosophical argument. Okay, I'm just saying we have this universe. Okay, so first of all, this literally could be the only universe, right? There's no multiverse. There's no like any other worlds, right? It's just this one. And in this
Yeah.
universe, we're having these constants that we with math, which is a language that we invented, to kind of like describe reality, and we are using this language, and with this language we are describing reality. Okay, and okay, I'm gonna try to do something so it's like it kind of makes it easier, right? I don't know if I could do that. Okay, let me just do this, right? I'm going to stream on Paint, right? Which is the tool of everybody in this world, right? We're just gonna use Paint, okay, which is the best tool. And we are having in this world, we are having this thing called the universe, okay? And we said, okay, the universe, okay, we just boiled down everything. Like the universe is U equals C over T, right? And by the language that we are using, the language of mathematics that we invented, right? We determine that C equals 2 and T equals 4. Sorry, oh my God, Control Z, equals 4. Okay? This is the grand equation that we boil down to, like the whole universe. Right? And now you're going to come, right? You're going to come and say, well, if C was 3, well, therefore U equals 3 over 4. And if it's 3 over 4, yeah, no life. I'm sorry. And what I'm asking you, right? What I'm asking you is that could C ever be 3 in actuality? Not just thinking about it, whether it or not could be different. Because once I have this equation, U equals C over T, I can put any number in the, in the numerator and the denominator. I can just put any number there, right? And my question is like, could C be anything other than 2, according to the language that we invented? And nobody knows if it could be anything other than 2. Not only that, just a second. Not only that, what if C changes to 3, right? There's another thing in the universe, a constant that we don't know about, that if C equals 3, then T equals 6, right? Therefore, U is now 3 over 6, which, by the way, is equal to 2 over 4. So these are the questions that right now in cosmology, in physics, we don't have an answer. Could we think about what it would like if C was 3 and T was 4? Yeah, of course we can. We can put any numbers in the equation that we want. Any numbers. Right? We can fantasize all day long. That being said, just like the paddle, right? The paddle could also fantasize, oh my God, what if this place I'm in was different, right? But at the end of the day, could that place be any different? No.
Well,
I
first off,
hope
applaud you for being able-
yeah, I hope I made
understood
myself
what you-
clear.
Yeah. I understand what you mean, and I applaud you for being able to come up with that example on the spot. I could not have done that. But here's the issue. Usually when we're having these conversations about, well, how things could have been different, we mean that as in they could have actually been different. If it was just us fantasizing about how the world could have been different, it wouldn't have been a serious philosophical debate. It wouldn't have entered academic literature. The whole point of these discussions is that, well,
Yeah,
if it
but
was
if you're
different,
asking
it's also-
physicists, they will tell you that they don't know.
maybe some of them would have said that, but I'm not sure if all of them would say that.
I think it's if not all, like an overwhelming majority.
But when it
I
comes
mean,
to
yeah.
sort of debates about God's existence, science isn't very relevant to the discussion at all. I mean,
Well, sort of,
I
but when you
think
talk,
maybe-
the fine-tuning argument kind of hinges on
yeah, I was
on
going to say,
physics.
when it comes to like discussing about the natural world, obviously science is going to be relevant.
Yeah.
But I guess it just boils down to stuff that I don't understand. Maybe the ratios could have been different, and that would not have affected other stuff, or maybe it could have affected other stuff. which would have just led it to returning to its original state. I don't know. But as far as I've read, as far as I know, they could have been different. Entirely
Yeah,
different.
and this is where I'm
from
going to
what happened.
disagree with you, and this is based on my knowledge of physics. You know, I thoroughly love science, and I delve a lot in it. And you know what I can tell you, you know, listening and talking with like many physicists, I first of all I haven't met any physicist that says they could have been different, and I don't remember like listening to any physicist saying that either.
Well, it sounds like the modality you're speaking in is like logical. You're saying like it's logically
No,
possible.
I understand
the
that. I
constants
understand
could have
that,
been
and I
different.
agree with that. I agree. So it's like because that's why I brought up the equation, right? Once we have the equation, we can do whatever we want with it, right? We can just go crazy, right?
Yeah,
And
but
every
yeah,
time
then he's not really saying anything
yeah.
meaningful when he says that.
Yeah,
Like the question is really
anytime
about, I guess, metaphysical possibility, like whether it's
Yeah.
actually true in the real world that we know.
Yeah, and also, by the way, there's like another one. By the way, I thoroughly love this this conversation, extremist. Always love talking about science. Okay, and one of the things that also like some physicists say, they're saying like another thing which is like very interesting. You know, according to some constants, life as we know it wouldn't be possible. They don't even say life wouldn't be possible.
Yeah,
For
yeah.
some certain constants, right? Because we could have,
I guess-
there could have very well be life, just not in the way that we understand. Maybe it wasn't carbon, right? Maybe it was like gold that had like all the necessary attributes, right, to like form these bonds or whatever.
Yeah,
everything would have
It
been
would be
metallic,
nuts
you
if
know.
it was gold, though. If it
That
was
would have
gold.
been
like to
nice.
think about it-
That would have been nice. Everybody's yellow.
I like to. I like
Yeah,
to
but it's
think
super
about it like
unreactive, right? Like gold is a real problem. Like if you can figure
No,
out
no,
a theory for
in
life
our
from gold,
universe, yes. But if we're changing the constants and everything, yeah, who knows?
I like to think about it like maybe aliens exist, but they exist in a way of life that we just don't understand. Like maybe it's
Exactly.
not carbon based, as you said.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, silica is also, you know, a candidate because it can also kind of form like complex bonds like carbon can, but not to the same extent.
the big thing with silica, in theory, is that it could replicate the function of DNA because we know how it can hold information, right?
Depends.
still a lot of problems.
There's more factors than that. 'Cause carbon is like kind of like uniquely suited to form these very long chains of chain molecules, right? Because a carbon can actually you know, get together with another carbon atom and just form these long ass chains, right? Like
Yeah,
a
you get
polymer, for
infinite
example.
polymers.
Yeah, like polymers, they're just like huge ass things, right? Like amazingly huge things. And they can be almost as long as you can think about, right? It kind of depends on a lot of things. But silica doesn't have the same thing, but in certain conditions and whatnot, who knows? Who knows? Maybe at some point we will see some life forms that are like silica based. That would be amazing if we see that. We don't know everything about these things yet, so there's still a lot to learn. Okay, that's no. When it comes to this argument, extremist, is like that's why it's like I understand the argument. I understand why like some people are kind of moved. And by the way, like even last week, me and Christian were talking about the fine tuning argument, and we actually put it like pretty high on the list because a lot of people, you know, they're like even atheists consider this one of the strong arguments, right? When it comes to a god or gods actually existing in the world. Personally, I'm very unconvinced, right? And even the atheists that are kind of like this argument are usually not physicists, right? Because it's like once you're dabbling in the sciences, you're kind of saying, it doesn't really make that much sense, right? So they're usually like historians or like biologists, you know, that are kind of like convinced by this argument. Because I feel like once you kind of understand it, understand the physics behind it at like a deeper level, you're kind of understanding it like, not really that great of an argument.
I always found the moral cost of biological fine tuning was very difficult for me to resolve with a religious view, because the amount of life that had to die out to get to the current state of intelligent life, and the duration under which life was under tremendous duress, is like, are you really telling me that that was the only possible route to get from like single cell organisms to intelligent life that can believe in God and do worship rituals and stuff? Because if it, maybe it is, but you know, there is an awful lot of suffering along that path that you're making a necessary part of the existence of us. And I don't know, I find that a bit hard to reconcile. Maybe it's because some religious people say, I don't care about animal suffering at all, but still difficult for me to reconcile.
You never played planet-wide bowling with dinosaurs, okay? So if you ever did that, you would understand how fun it is.
Well, look, guys, I think this was a productive
Yeah, I liked it.
conversation. Yeah, I liked it too. I hope we both learned something from it. I definitely did.
Yeah.
And
it's always, as I said, it's like you're clearly like a lot more knowledgeable when it comes to philosophy. It's like I dabble in some philosophy, but usually I don't like it that much, because at the end of the day, I found very few people that are like one type of religious person or another that were actually convinced by any philosophical arguments. Usually they're convinced by a holy book or like personal revelation, or like because they believe the testimonies of others and so on. I don't think I ever met somebody that was like purely convinced based on the philosophical argument. But they are being used by people to kind of post hoc reason their faith.
yeah, get that. Okay,
But
well,
how would we know our brains are evolved enough to understand the universe to the extent of understanding its creator, if there was one?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what that would mean, to be very frank with you, because even the creation part, I'm part of a group that believes that the universe is just eternal. I don't think anything was created. We already have like the laws of thermodynamics, and it says, nothing can be created or destroyed. Therefore, it is what it is. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. So
Doesn't it say that's only in closed systems? Like that wouldn't apply to the universe as a whole, or the
yeah,
thing
but
that-
it's who knows? It's like I don't know. But this is
Which
the thing.
one do you
It's like-
believe in, Daniel? Eternal or Big Bounce?
I mean, they're not contradictory, right? So
No, I don't think they are. But
Yeah.
I've been very compelled by Big Bounce personally, because there does
Yes.
seem to be like a point where something very dramatic happened, and there seems to be a lot of data loss beyond that
Yeah.
point. So
So I'm going to take you guys on like a small roller coaster, right, of science. And there was this moment, I think, in the 1990s or something. I don't remember exactly when it was, or like 50s. Again, I'm really bad with like dates, but there was a moment in time where we discovered, and I think this was like in the 30s, 40s. We discovered that the universe was actually expanding, and it was like, holy moly, right? And that's how we got to the Big Bang Theory, right? Because it's like, okay, so if it's expanding, just like the ripples in a lake, you can just go back and find the center, right? Find where like everything originated from. And after that, there was like another point, like later down the line, where we discovered that not only was the universe expanding, but the expansion of the universe was accelerating, right? And we actually could determine what the rate of acceleration was. And that was like, holy moly, right? That was crazy. We did not expect that. And the funny thing is, what is happening right now, we also discovered that the rate of acceleration is slowing down. Okay? So we can go further and say, okay, so if the rate of acceleration is going down, there might be a place where there's going to be zero acceleration, and maybe you're going to go down, right? And you're going to go to a deceleration, right? And everything is going to go back again into whatever it is. Who knows, right? We still don't know what dark matter is. We still don't know what dark energy is. We see them act in the universe, but We don't know exactly what they are. We don't know what the rules are for these things. And I think like once we do, that's when we're gonna understand better what will happen. And maybe like the big bang, big bounce thing is the correct one. It will still make the universe be eternal, regardless. We also don't know like what the
The
total
interesting-
entropy of the universe is. There's so many questions we have no answers for right now.
The one finding that I think really changed me in terms of Big Bounce was, I think it's in like after 2015, there's a lot of work that's come out that's published that's found that the expansion rate of the universe does not appear to be homogeneous. And that was what caused a huge amount of ripples in physics, is the finding that, okay, if there is some universal pattern, you'd expect that the trend is going to be universal. But now we know, or we seem to think, there's parts of the universe expanding quicker and slower than others. It's like, so maybe there's some local phenomenon, or maybe there's some local effects, or maybe universes emerge in pockets of other universes. I don't know, but it certainly broke a lot of our old conventional models of the standard model of the Big Bang. That's just like it happens and then done.
Yeah, but this is the thing even with the Big Bang, right? So if you're going to talk with like a lot of physicists, and by the way, it's like you wouldn't believe how divided the community is when it comes to the Big Bang, right? And basically, like the only thing that they kind of agree with when it comes to the Big Bang is just that, there was a moment where everything was like in a hot, dense state. And that's about it, right? That's kind of like the only thing they can actually agree on. Like everything else, it's kind of up for grabs because, we keep finding out new stuff. Our investigation continues, right? And it's going to take a while until we kind of understand how the universe actually works. And it's fun, It's going to keep us occupied for a while, I think. But yeah, that's it. I don't any more religious people that want to talk about arguments for God?
Where do you think all the antimatter went?
I have no idea. It might be the case that there's two universes that expand away from each other somehow, and one is made of matter and the other one is made of antimatter. But I couldn't tell you, and that's why it's a big mystery in cosmology. It's like where's all the antimatter? I don't know, and unfortunately, nobody knows either.
It's worth saying that the difference between most religious theories and these theories, of course, is that these theories usually make really testable predictions about reality, and they can be pursued by scientists in the present tense. And I worry sometimes when you talk about these, if you are an atheist or atheist aligned sort of person, that it can sound like you're saying there's loads of theories and we get to pick them and it's fun. And it is that, but it's also that these theories make testable predictions and have falsification conditions. That's what makes me as a scientist so much more excited about these than the idea that there could be a God.
I mean, I also make like a very big distinction between a hypothesis and a theory. Right? Like even when I'm talking about the Big Bang, I'm not really talking about the theory of Big Bang because there's no such a thing necessarily, right? Unless you're talking about the hot, dense state, which is the thing that everybody kind of agrees on, right? Like everything else is just hypothesis of, how it went about being, how it formed. Like everything else is like, we don't know. We kind of have some educated guesses on like a lot of things, but we don't know. It's like nobody knows for certain like how it is, and there's still so much to find out, and that's why it's exciting at the end of the day. We want to know more and more and more, because the moment we find out, for example, what dark energy is, and let's say we can produce dark energy somehow, right? And we know it's kind of like a repulsive force. Maybe we have like flying saucers at that point. We get UFOs in real life.
Isn't dark energy like a concept just like we use to try to make sense of other things? Like for example, like I in mathematics, like the root of -1, like it doesn't exist, but we use it like as a bridge.
No, because we do see there's like a real force in the universe, right? So, for example, when it comes to dark matter, we can even like dark matter has this thing of like gravitational lensing. So we know it's there. It's like we know there's something there, and we see the effects, right? It's like the fact that it has like gravitational lensing. Clearly, it has like a lot of mass, right? Because otherwise, it wouldn't have the gravitational lensing. So we see the effects, right, of both
What
dark
is
matter and dark energy. Sorry, can
what
you
is
repeat?
gravitational lensing?
Oh, so one of when Einstein came with this like special theory of relativity, like one of the predictions was that if you have something that's behind the sun, because of the gravity of the sun, the light coming from that object would bend around the sun, and you could see it from Earth, despite the object being behind the sun, right? So technically you couldn't see it, right? Because it would be occluded by the sun. And there was like this big hunt back in those days with people trying to to hunt for like solar eclipses so they can see certain things that we knew were behind the sun at that point. And it was actually one of the testable novel predictions of the theory, and we did see it, right? So what it says is that light is just bent by the gravitational mass of certain objects. And by the way, it's like there's like this picture of like a specific part of the sky where you're basically seeing double, right? Because there's something there that's massive, and you literally see the same galaxy 2 times, right? Because the gravitation mass that's there acts like a lens, right? And it literally splits the light into 2.
Oh,
It's a very cool prediction of Einstein's theory, and it's actually true. So gravity does
Daniel.
bend light, which is very fun.
So I'm not a theist, but I'm wondering, do you think that the universe has always existed, that it just expands and contracts?
I mean, I don't know if it expands and contracts. Might be. There's some hint that could be the case, and that's what I was talking about earlier. But as far as we know, energy cannot be created or destroyed. So there's energy. Therefore, there was always energy. I don't see any reason for why there wasn't always energy.
Okay. So you don't think that it started. You think that essentially it's always been.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because also, there's many ways in which you can think about it, right? Imagine it's like you're like because we don't know what the amount of entropy in the universe is, right? We don't know the total amount of entropy in the universe. And imagine the amount of entropy just goes down and down and down and down and down and down, but it never gets to 0, right? It's kind of like an asymptote, right, in mathematics. But it never gets to 0, right? It just gets closer and closer and closer and closer and closer to 0 without actually reaching 0. And the thing is, the way we perceive time, we kind of perceive it as like an effect of entropy, sort of, right? So we wouldn't be able to tell that the entropy just gets lower and lower and lower, right? Hope it makes sense. Again, I'm just a chemist trying to explain some like pretty deep physics questions, and I'm just gonna tell them the way that I understand them. So I might fail sometimes.
Do you consider life anti-entropy?
What?
Is life anti-anthropic? In the sense that your body, instead of becoming a mush of similarity, like the hot and cold just melting into mellow, your body separates hot and cold and organizes your body. It constantly resists entropic action.
I mean, the thing is, like, life definitely has a huge effect, right, when it comes to entropy. Obviously, we take energy and we just use it, right? And by using that energy, you could say that we are like increasing the disorder, right? Even if temporarily you're gonna see a lot of order, right, at some point. But yeah, I think life is kind of a way in which like entropy gets accelerated in a way, but also the amount of life that we have, like even in our solar system, we life is like a percentage of the mass of the solar system is below like 0.001%, right? I mean, just in the solar system, just the sun is kind of like 99% of the mass of the solar system, right? And everything else, like all the planets, the Oort cloud, like everything else is like 1%, right? And from this 1%, the Earth is kind of like like 0.01%, and on Earth, right, the mass of all living things on Earth compared to the mass of the Earth is again like minuscule, right? So there's very little life in general, right? Like even our like nuclear bombs and whatnot, they're like insignificant, right? You're just looking at the sun, like the smallest solar flare is producing more energy than we have ever produced on Earth. And yeah, maybe in the
Yeah.
future we're gonna get better at doing it, but who knows? We still have a long way
If
until we get there.
Yeah. If you measure the individual from the outside, like its effects on the external world, I agree that it's entropic. But if you could just take the individual from its skin inwards as a bubble to itself, like your body, your internal actions, your blood going in circles, your brain, all these kinds of things, they seem anti-entropic to me, or am I misunderstanding something?
So like entropy is just like increasing the disorder, right? So it's like the more entropy you have, the more disorder you're going to have. And that's where kind of like we think the universe is headed towards, right? It's headed towards a place where all the stars, they just consumed all the hydrogen they have. Like everything is just decaying. Eventually you're gonna get to like neutron decay and proton decay, and everything just decays, and there's no atoms anymore. There's only like this, subatomic particles that just are like millions of light years away from each other, and there's nothing. That's the maximum of entropy, right? Because everything is like in the most disordered state possible. So
It's also
life
like
in
it's an
itself is
overall
kind of
trend.
doing
Like there can be local
Yeah.
increases in like organization, right? But overall, things will trend towards disorder.
Yeah, because our sun is going to explode. It's not going to really explode like in a supernova, but it's going to kind of like our sun is going to like get bigger and bigger and bigger. It's going to engulf like the inner planets, and then it's just going to fizzle out, right? At some point, it's just going to be like nothing, right? It's not going to be conducive to anything. So
Our bodies do the same thing, but
Kind
we
of, yeah.
resist it. We resist old age. We resist that deterioration that all things in existence go through.
Well, true,
So
but
I feel like life has this rebellion against the entropy of existence.
yeah, but on Earth, like one of the things that we need to understand is that you need to get some of that energy to resist entropy from somewhere, right? And we are getting that energy from the sun, right? The sun is the one thing that is providing us with the energy to kind of resist this increase in entropy, right? Even if temporary. So we do that, but we cannot resist it forever, right? Like eventually entropy is kind of taking effects, right? Unless maybe it's like we're gonna find like ways in which we can resist it more and more and more. But I do believe that eventually entropy is going to win out on everything. As Christian said, we're having this small pocket of resistance to entropy through various means. But this resistance to entropy is also like incorporating a lot of energy from a thing that is producing a lot of entropy, the sun. So like it kind of equalizes itself at the end.
What is the topic we're relating to entropy?
We kind of went on a science tangent with like things about physics and whatnot. But the topic of tonight is still that there are no good arguments for God.
To be honest, I hard agree with Wade's point about entropy, and this is barely related to the topic, but I have a strong belief that at some point, if our species continues to live, all arguments of God will be associated with evolution. I think that that's going to be our new God, is this divine force of evolution that can organize complexity from non-complexity.
Yeah, I was about to say, by God, was the title referring to the Christian God or just like the concept of God in general?
Well, I mean, it depends on what God you mean, right? So we can look at your argument, whatever argument you have, and we can try to dissect the argument, right? We try to break it down to its components and see exactly if your argument is good or not.
I would say, like, I'm going to kind of play the devil's advocate right now and be like, unless you know by heart every religion that goes on, you can't confidently say that.
Well, I mean, that's my claim, right? That's our claim. Sorry, it's me and Christian. We are making this claim, right? Because as far as we are aware, and last week we went through all the major arguments that people presented for God. And
for circular religion
all...
God or just God in general?
Oh, well, I mean, it's like when I'm seeing like the arguments
God
for God, yeah, it's God in general, yeah, right. So like just so you can understand, right? Like the last week we went through one of the best argument for God was the banana argument for God. I don't know if you know the banana argument for God, but it's a really good one. That was S tier. No other argument was even close to this one. Second argument is a lot of people make is the argument from personal experience or like personal revelation, which, you know, by definition, I can't disprove that, but you also cannot prove it to me, so it's kind of useless for everybody except the person that has the experience.
The invisible dragon fallacy, where it's like there's an invisible dragon in my garage, you can't see it, but it's definitely there.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the argument from personal experience, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get like into more formal styles of debate and understanding the different types of like fallacies and stuff. So it's been a very interesting experience, like seeing these things happen in real time, you know?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have like a lot of arguments that they believe in, but you're probably not here when I said it. I don't think anybody was convinced by any philosophical argument for God ever. But people are using these philosophical arguments for God as a post hoc rationalization for their own belief, right? So most people either had a personal experience, you know, where they became convinced that a God exists, or they, they read the Bible, let's say, or like whatever holy book, and somehow became convinced that God exists, or they just believed other people that told them God exists, right? And then they try to reason themselves into, oh, actually, it is true, because look, there's the Kalam cosmological argument, or there's the argument, the fine-tuning argument, or whatnot. And like all these arguments, as far as we've seen, both me and Christian, they all kind of fail at some point in their premises or their conclusion.
Have you guys like received the point of view that the universe is God and we are God?
Yes, but I find it a very weak argument. If you were to ask me, I don't find it very convincing at all. I mean, if you're gonna say actually it's the universe that's God, cool. I know the universe exists, but I also understand from the universe that the universe is not conscious. I understand the universe doesn't have desires. I understand that the universe, there's no hell that I can see in the universe. So, yeah, it's
But like,
it's fine
but
if you
see,
say that, but it's useless.
here's the thing though. When going to like the abstract, identity of what a god is and how it relates to our understanding of what a god is, wouldn't it be understandable to believe in such a thing where, since depending on whether or not you believe the universe is finite or not, or whether it had an actual start or not, that whole argument around the way we, in the sense, part of the universe and the universe is God, is centered around the way like they would relate to how the human body works and how we are made up of so many different, cells, particles, atoms, and all that stuff, and they come together to create, one sentient being. But I guess the cells by themselves in that body don't have the awareness to even comprehend, that they're alive,
Yeah, but this is the problem that I'm having, because what you're talking about right now, it's first you were talking about like pantheism, which is kind of saying that God is the universe, right? And the universe is God. So that's one way of seeing it, and the other one that you mentioned right now is panentheism, right? Which is saying that the universe kind of is part of God, but God is kind of like bigger, right, than the sum of his parts, let's say, right? So it's kind of like the argument that we are, let's say, the cells, right, of
I wouldn't
this huge
say
being.
the God. I wouldn't be like the God is like bigger than itself, or like wait. Could you repeat
So
what you said again?
it's like bigger than the sum of its parts, right? So it's like it's kind of saying that the universe is God, but God is more than just what we see the universe as being, right? So just as you said, it's kind of like the human body has like a trillion cells, right? Can we just say that a human is just a trillion cells? Well, no, obviously not, right? Because it's more than just a number of cells or the property of each cell individually, right? It's usually more than that, right? But I would be okay with people saying that. I don't see any reason to believe that's the case, because when I'm looking at the universe, when I'm looking at everything else, it's like it doesn't seem to be the case. But even if it was, let's say that was the case, it still wouldn't matter like for anything, right? It wouldn't for us, it wouldn't matter, because if we were just part of this huge being and this huge being is God, then who cares? Because that God doesn't care, right? It's like you cannot affect, for example, imagine, do you know that tiny cell in your pancreas that is a bit wider towards the tail end? Do you know it? Well, you don't know it. Obviously, you wouldn't be able to know that tiny cell from your pancreas, because you don't know every cell in your body, and you cannot affect every cell in your body, right, individually.
But then, people could, if they wanted to, go to the argument by what is your definition by God? Is it through the circular version of what God is, or is it through a more abstract lens, or is it through a more, I guess, what's the word? It's like, I forget the name, but like essentially just like it would boil down to what your definition of God is and what you believe the things God can do or not do, or whether or not you give God, that version of your God, the same morality as you give to the normal Christian God or the normal person,
Yeah, but usually I don't, even if I have like an understanding of what I mean by God, or like the definition of God that I am more interested in kind of like talking about, I'm just going to always go by the definition of the person that says that has a good argument. right? So if you say you have a good argument for God, cool. We can start by even defining what you mean by God, right? So
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying.
if you're gonna tell me, for example, right, if you're gonna tell me the sun is my God, right? I am in a religion where I believe that the sun is God. Then I'm gonna say, cool, I believe in your God because I can see the sun like every day. So the sun exists. What else can you tell me about this God of yours? Does it think? And if you're gonna tell me no, cool, I agree again. Because I don't think the sun thinks. So do you think the sun created the universe? No, cool. I'm also in agreement with you, right? So I can tell like every piece of information that you can tell me about your God, and we can just analyze it. And if I'm going to agree, I'm going to agree. If I'm not going to agree, I'm going to tell you why I don't agree with your definition.
But see, here's the thing though. Essentially, the very definition and the concept surrounding God really isn't something that you can put concrete, things to even define, So it's kind of this sort of discussion sort of is like, you kind of know the answer if you have a certain state of mind, Either you believe in something that is more than the physical realm and something beyond our capacity to understand, or you don't believe that, or if you think you can prove that with factual evidence, I'd like to see you try, but that very concept of a God is not really something you can really pinpoint with physical evidence,
Funny thing is, you should have been here for the first 1 hour and 40 minutes of the show, where I was talking with somebody and I couldn't really understand even what exactly their God was, because they were not able. Because it's if you're appealing to a mystery and you're using an enigma to actually define the mystery, then I'm not going to understand anything. If you're just going to say, oh, it's like it's very mysterious and it's like a feeling and it's like an experience and it's like something that I don't know how to explain to you, then what are we even talking about? Because it's like, first of all, it's like if you believe a God or gods exist, at least you should be able to kind of tell me exactly what it is that you believe in, right? And if you're not able to do that, then we cannot really have a productive conversation.
See, I feel the very essence and understanding of a God, from my understanding of what a God is not something that you can quantitatively define with like physical things. Because like one, it leaves one so much room for other factors of proof, because the things that we, choose to be scientific fact goes through multiple peer reviews, and like all of these people going through it, all of these credible, established people of science, going through it to make sure that this thing makes as much sense as possible. But the very being of a God, you can't really go too in depth to the specifics of a God, because the whole understanding of it is it being unquantifiable, or exactly as you said, like there's a level of mysticism already, And I feel in those instances, people have to like be aware of the types of things they're defending and be aware that these are not the things that you can quantitatively prove with physical evidence, because the very thing in being is not something that's in this physical realm, as you'd say, I guess, because for me, I'm not subscribed to a particular religion. Am I like open to the idea, if I gain enough information about a particular religion, I could subscribe to it? Sure. If I feel it's the right one, sure. But I haven't gotten any information to even think about that right now, as I am this age. So
I'm kind of also there in a sense. There's this concept of a non-resistant non-believer, right? So it's like, I don't believe there's such a thing as God from all the types of gods that people explain to me. But I don't resist. I'm not just like antithetical to like the idea of like maybe a God does exist. I don't know. I'm agnostic when it comes to whether or not a God exists or not, right? I just don't believe it does. That's all. That's why I call myself an agnostic atheist, right? If somebody was able to provide evidence towards a version of God that I would see, okay, this is a supernatural entity that created the universe and interacts with
But
humanity,
see,
cool. That would be nice.
everything is supernatural until you try to, break it down and understand it, And so that's what I'm saying. Like, the very definition of fantasy and, like, I guess, immortal, all powerful, all knowing, it goes even beyond. Like, by definition, it's supposed to go beyond our realm of understanding. So it's kind of those sorts of arguments where you kind of have to suspend your belief, or I guess have hope or faith, as they say sometimes, for like these types of things. And I am not saying that in a way to bash down on religion. I understand the importance of religion and having faith and hope in a society and so on and so forth. But it's kind of a thing where they were on the right path when they said separate church from state, like try to separate the mysticism from the concrete reality they were trying to build. But a lot of people try to mix that, and those things don't mix well, in my opinion,
No, obviously, I'm also for. Oh, sorry. I'm coming out from your like. I don't know if you're using like speakers or something, but I could hear myself from you.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm in a big hallway.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's like I'm okay with that, right? It's like I'm an anti-theist to a certain extent, and I know I had some conversation like a while back, like a few shows back. And the reason I'm an anti-theist is because I see how a lot of religious people are kind of trying to encroach on the secular society that I'm living in, and they're trying, for example, to make laws that are based in their religious texts and their religious beliefs. And I think that's a big no-no, because if we start doing that, then it's just gonna be a huge mess. There's not gonna be like religious freedom. So if every religious person would just keep their beliefs to themselves and not trying to enact them as laws, that would be amazing. It's like we would have zero problem. But as long as there's gonna be religious people that are trying to legislate their religious beliefs, then I'm going to have a problem, and I'm going to fight against it, because I think it's a worthy fight. And a worthy fight, not just for me as an atheist, but for other religious people.
Was there a post-communist religious resurgence?
I mean,
Russia.
Post-communist. I mean, I'm living in a country that used to be in the part of the communist bloc, right? I'm from Romania, and well, I can tell you is that even if, like, the let's say the communists, as you would call them, were like atheists, like most people were just like religious regardless. So there was no resurgence of like religious thinking. It was just the same thing. Like,
So there wasn't
nothing
any
changed.
suppression like how there was in some communist
I mean,
states.
there was, okay. So one of the myths about like the suppression in the communist countries of like religion is kind of misunderstood, because the suppression was not of trying to make people into atheists, right? So what was happening is that the state, right, the people with power in the state, saw not the religion but the institution, right, of religion, right, like the church. They saw it as a competitor, right, for the hearts of the people, let's say. So because they saw them as a competitor, they were trying to crack down on it, right? They were trying to say, you know what, we don't allow competition, right? We are the ones that have the power. You cannot pretend that you have any power here, right? So that's why when they were like arresting priests, they weren't arresting priests because they believe in Jesus or whatever else, right? They arrested them for their political views, right? For criticizing the state, for doing things that outside of their religion itself.
Okay.
So
So did they try to realign the church to match state interests, like how the Russians currently have the Orthodox Church?
oh
Like,
yeah. So
okay,
one of the things that was happening, like, and here I can only talk about like communist Romania. The church actually became very entrenched with the state, in the sense that the patriarch that we had, he was basically part of the like the type of Gestapo that we had back then, right? He was literally like you know I don't even know how to say. It's like you would tell on other people, right? So it's like he would take confessions from people, and then he would go and tell the state, "Oh, this guy doesn't like you. This guy wants to emigrate, and also, right, this guy is subversive and all that stuff, right?" And not only him, but like a lot of priests were actually part of this big apparatus that was a very repressive one, like a secret police of sorts. So yeah, I mean, the state and the church, after their initial clash, where the state kind of asserted its dominance over the church. After that, the church was kind of like quieted down, and they're still like, yeah, it's fine. It's like we're gonna do what you do, and things kind of proceeded as normal after that. All the dissidents were hastily arrested and separated from society, and that's what it was. So wasn't there was no real antagonism after a while. And I think kind of the same thing happened in Soviet Russia, if I'm not mistaken. But I haven't really studied it that hard when it comes to Russia.
I think under Stalin, they actually suppressed the Orthodox Church, but then in desalinization, they loosened up and started working with them.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. I think the reason why they did it was kind of the same, right? Because they were kind of like competing with them, right? So they wanted all the power to themselves. I mean, especially Stalin. I mean, Stalin was like a nut man. I mean, the guy was like insane, like psychopathic.
Killed Rasputin, bro. They were
Rasputin, dude. That was that guy was cool. Okay, let's put it. If you're reading about Rasputin, that
story,
guy
bro.
was amazing.
See,
yeah,
I view I read on his assassination attempt and how he survived. This stuff that they talked to him is akin for me. Like, it's the same to me as Jesus Christ or Saint Nick, bro. Yeah, sure. I'm sure they existed. Did they probably embellish what they were going through? Probably, because there's no way Rasputin is surviving multiple shots and being poisoned and dies after he like walks around and falls in the lake, bro. Like, what?
And curing the prince.
Oh, Echo is asking me, is consciousness non-physical? I don't know what it means for consciousness to be non-physical. I think consciousness is just what the brain does. So yeah, the brain is physical, therefore consciousness is also physical.
Well, this is like philosophy of mind.
Yeah. But I see no reason to think that the mind is some non-physical thing.
Yeah, I don't understand dualism.
Well, the mind, Echo is asking, where is the mind? It's in the brain. As I said, the mind is what the brain does.
But sometimes you're a rebel against your mind. For example, when you hold your breath. When you hold your breath, your body starts telling you, I want to breathe, motherfucker, I want to breathe. Yes, pain, yes, pain, yes, pain. Let me breathe, let me breathe. And you can say, fuck you, I'm not going to let you breathe. But it gets harder and everyone starts breathing eventually. So it seems
but
like we
that's
have
a mechanistic
this
thing.
ability to rebel against ourselves. And I think that's where the separation comes in, or the thought of separation.
Yeah, but that's not the mind doing anything. That is literally just the brain being in a certain way. Because if you ever had an organism that was able to hold its breath to the point that it died, all those animals just died away, right? So they did not propagate in whatever species they had, right? So it's like the only animals that actually went on were the ones that couldn't hold their breath to the point they were dying.
But we do honor the people who can push themselves the deepest into this pain. Not
Okay, so
necessarily kill themselves by holding their breath, but
yeah,
we
just
do
a
honor the
second,
people
wait.
who can hold their breath the longest, right?
Yeah, just a second. So, like, Echo is making the claim there's biological organisms that don't have a brain and are said to be conscious. So, and he said, like, bacteria and proteins. Well, proteins are not
I don't think
organisms.
proteins are organisms. Yeah,
They're
yeah,
not.
they're
They're
not.
not. Also, I don't think anybody is saying that bacteria are conscious. I haven't met anybody that says that bacteria are conscious. So that would be a great argument if anybody actually made it in the realms of biology. But I don't know of any biologist that says that bacteria are actually conscious. And by the way, just so we're very clear, like even worms, we have worms that have some semblance of like neurons and like even those are we don't call them conscious, right? And they have way more like sensory organs and let's say thinking parts of themselves than bacteria, and we don't call them conscious.
So would you say we have been consciously evolving as humanity in contrast to the animals that are less conscious?
No. So we're not
Like, for
consciously
example, we
evolving
made
into
up
anything.
religion.
So okay,
We made
so
up religion.
just so we're very
like,
clear about it. Just a second, wait. So there's a difference. It depends very much on what you mean by evolving, right? Because it's like there's a thing called the theory of evolution, which is just describing like how the diversity of life came to be on planet Earth, and then there's the colloquial way of using evolving, where we're talking about like the way we've like gotten better at technology, the way our what's it called, morality kind of like grew through time, right? And that's a type of evolving that is being done conscious, right, to some extent, right? Like our morality evolved consciously, like we did it as human beings. Like the same goes with technology. Obviously we had to think about it and we had to develop it and evolve it. But when it comes to it's like how we came to be as species on this planet, then no, there was no conscience behind it. Yeah, sorry, Echo. It's like I'm also talking with Wade, so it's hard to also focus on you.
Echo, I think I'm trying to add to the conversation because I feel like I also feel consciousness is a very special, how can we say, agent in existence. And yes, we weren't always conscious. We were also unconscious monkeys for a very long time and fish and whatever you have. But at some point we woke up and we saw ourselves and we became ashamed of these motivations that evolution left in our bodies, like lust and ego and deception and all this other shit. So we made up God as an excuse to start getting rid of our more base drives. So I would argue we are less lustful, we are less deceptive, we are less quote unquote evil, which doesn't exist. And we did it. It wasn't evolution. We did it through our conscious want to become what we are today.
Yeah, but this is where I made a distinction between what you mean by evolving, right? And it's like what you're doing is exactly what I said, right? You're using evolution into different ways. So, like, just a second, like Echo, it's like you're making a lot of. Just a second, wait, just a second. Like Echo, you're making a lot of noise. It's like if you're not gonna talk, just like mute yourself. It is fine. It's like we're not gonna mute you. We're not gonna ban you, right? It's just mute yourself because you're like making a lot of noise from your headset. Thank you. So humans evolved. We are animals. Like just like any animal, we have like ancestors, right? It's like, and we have common ancestors with other animals, right? We have a common ancestors with like chimpanzees. We have the common ancestors with like Neanderthals. Like we have a common ancestors with all like the great apes, and then we have a common ancestor if you go back enough, right, with like all the monkeys, and we have a common ancestor with like mammals, and then we have a common ancestor with fish, and so on, right? There's always a common ancestor with like different other groups of animals, and that's evolution, right? That's the theory of evolution, right? Now, once Homo sapiens existed on planet Earth, that's when it's like there's been this evolution of the human species in the colloquial term that we are using, right? It's like how has our morality evolved, right? Hundreds of years ago, like 100 something years ago, we still had slaves, right? We thought slavery is fine, right? We've moved on since then, and now we're saying, well, slavery is it's abhorrent, right? We shouldn't have slaves. We thought women are second-class citizens. Now we don't think that anymore. We used to stone gay people. Now we mostly don't do it anymore, and so on, right? Is that an evolution? Yes, of course. Was it something that we did it with using our consciousness? Yes, of course we have, right? We are using our brains. Because we are looking at what the goals are for us as a group, right? And if we want to flourish, what we discovered through millennia of tryouts, okay, we found out that in order to flourish, the best way to do it is to actually make everybody more equal, right? And to have a fairer society. And that's a type of evolution, if you want to call it that. But it's not the same type of evolution like the one that I described in the theory of evolution, which is very different. That's a biological evolution. Okay, this is not. This is an evolution in the colloquial sense, right? It's how did we grow as a species to get here, right? It's like how did we do, how did we get to have this technology, for example, right? And again, it just developed through thousands of years.
I see it as boiling down to DNA, dude. I feel like it affected who had sex and who had children, even. So I don't see it any different than the mechanism of unconscious evolution.
I mean, in a sense, you would be right, because, for example, people that don't fit in society, people that are like totally unfit to live in a society, they've been weeded out usually, right? Because they were expelled from society. And for most of our history, if you're just living by yourself in nature, you're probably going to die fairly fast, right? Because you're not going to have like a support system. So yes, of course. And that is somehow biologically determined to a certain sense. I'm not saying there's no biological factors whatsoever. Of course there are, but not in every sense that you're talking about. In some aspects of it.
Yeah, but I think to bring the point back, our consciousness seems to be implementing itself, seems to be imposing itself on what would have happened and changing it. I would have given into my lust, and now I want to be a better person, so I'm not going to be lust, for example. So I think that's what Echo was getting at, that our consciousness seems to have like a certain rebelness to it. And it makes some people feel like there's a separation between maybe self and mind, or the unconscious and the conscious, or that there's some form of separation.
Well, when it comes to human civilization, one of the biggest factors that actually helped us, to get to this point is cooperation, right? So anybody that is a rebel, usually rebels were kind of like weeded out and expelled, right? So it wasn't the rebels that made humanity the way it is, right? On average, the things that made humanity the way it is cooperation, is people kind of working together towards the same goal, right? And usually the rebels were the ones that were like dying pretty young for various reasons.
I don't mean rebel. I don't mean external rebel. I mean a rebel of the self. You rebel against your default nature to become a higher self. So if we don't rebel against our default nature, we just stay the same. We are not
what do you mean by
anymore.
that?
We have rebelled against our default.
No, I get it. But it's like, what do you mean by that?
For a higher way of being. We've tried to become more civilized, and we try and strive to become more intelligent or more wise, or we try and become better. And my argument is that takes effort, that takes conscious effort. You have to implement it. If you just sit back, you will be the same as you were last week. Only if you put effort in might you be different next week.
True, but this is exactly what I said in the beginning, right? There's some things that you're talking about colloquially, like even this thing, oh, we're trying to become better. What do you mean by better? This is going to be very different if you're talking in like 1200 Japan or 1800s Bulgaria, right? Like people would see becoming better very different, right? They don't hold the same standards, right? These are very, very subjective things that you're talking about. So I don't think you can have like a coherent discussion about these things and say, oh, it's like this applies throughout the entirety of human civilization, because it doesn't. Like every group of people had different ideas about what it means to be better, what it means to be wiser, what it means to be whatever you want it to mean, right? So we are just here in this point, and we are just here in this point. Is this good? Is this bad? It's very subjective, right? Even when we're talking, is it better than it was 200 years ago? I would say yes, but I'm pretty sure that I can find people, and not only I'm pretty sure I actually have found people that are saying it was better 200 years ago, right? Because we lived more traditional lives back then. Women didn't talk in front of men, right? Everything was traditional, and they're unhappy. They think things have not progressed towards the betterment of society. They think it's just getting worse and worse and worse. There's more sex outside of marriage. There's porn now. There's like a million things that they think are really, really bad for society. And I would disagree with them, but they would also disagree with me. So the question is, who's right and who's wrong? Well, it's very subjective. So there's no objective right or wrong.
I think there where you want to stay is the better place. So if you find a way of living that is lesser than another way, you tend to stay in the one that makes you feel better, for lack of a better way of describing it. There must be some way that we can measure things and say something is better than something else. There must be some way that we can say, we might not be able to make it very specific, but surely progress is possible. The answer might be mysterious. We might not be able to describe it specifically.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. It's like you're saying progress, right? And you're kind of substituting evolving with progress. Progress, it very much depends on what you're talking about. Because progress for me might mean regress for you, and the other way around. So whenever we're talking about very subjective terms, we should be very keenly aware of this and try to avoid like making objective proclamations about these subjective things. So even if I agree with you, there's still going to be some people that would disagree with both of us, right? I could agree with you in almost anything. Yeah, we did progress, right? We did, let's say, evolved, right? Like things have gotten better. That wouldn't be true for everybody, right? Other people, which, because they have different experiences, because they see things in a totally different manner than we do, they're going to see it as like, no, that's actually worse. It's like, I would have loved to live 100 years ago or 200 years ago or whatnot, right? And other people could say, well, I mean, this is crap. I can't wait for like Star Trek to be a thing, right? Where things are actually good. Right now, they're still crap, and I don't like them.
Yeah, and actually, it seems that it's more in the interpretation of the circumstances than the circumstances themselves.
Yeah.
As I've experienced people with little that appreciate much, and I've experienced people with much that appreciate little.
Exactly. I mean, this reminds me. It's like somebody like told me like a long time ago. You know, it's like sometimes you don't have to have like a lot to be rich. You just you can be rich but not wanting a lot, right? It's like if your needs, if the things you have meet your needs, that's all you need, right? But let's say it's like somebody has more, like a bigger house, more money, bigger car, more cars than me, but they need more than that, then they would be poor because they just need more. Like even if factually, if you were to compare the two, you would say, well, factually, that guy has more than this guy. But one guy is actually poor inside himself, right? It's like if you're going to ask him how he feels, he's going to feel, I don't have enough. I feel like I miss, you know, it's like I need more than what I have. That's why it's all subjective, you know, fortunately or unfortunately. I don't know.
Society has been pushed in this direction for, you know, many years, but especially like the last, how could we say, like 100 to 50 years with consumerism. The idea is to create this void, this need, or this idea of a higher life and sell it. And that selling of this better life causes the economy to move in circles. And that's what makes the world go round.
Well, you know, unfortunately, for this conversation, hopefully not for you, I'm a socialist. Okay, so I will agree with you like wholeheartedly, and I do think, you know, there's a lot of consumerism, and unfortunately, this is due to the fact that we do live in a capitalist organization of society. And unfortunately, capitalism is going to push people towards exactly this, right? Because you want to consume more, because consumption is what creates more capital, right? And, you know, as capitalists, usually you want to say, you know, capital is what drives people and what makes things better, even if I don't agree with it, right? Because I don't think it makes things necessarily better. And until we kind of understand that, you know, we need to move from this capitalist organization of society to like something different, we're still going to have capitalism, right? And the thing with capitalism, it's not somebody, it's just a something, right? It's a type of ideology that creates these things whether you want it or not, right? Because it creates incentives in people that will drive you know, PR, it will drive you know, commercials, and it will make people like want to consume more. They will want a better car, a bigger house, you know, more clothes, more diverse clothes, you know, change your phone every year, and so on. It is what it is, and until we get to something better, it's not going to change.
Well, I'm saying, like, is it the people's fault that they think this way? Like the average Joe, is it 100%? Like, could you say it's absolutely their way of thinking, or are they being convinced by the system that surrounds them? How much responsibility do we as people have to be sober-minded and see what's happening around us? Can we expect every single person to pierce all the lies of existence and like see what's happening, or can we kind of understand that they've been lied to? I don't know
Well,
where
I
the
think
line is there.
it's kind of like the way that I see capitalism, for example, is kind of like water for fishes. Water is just there, right? And fish are just in the water. So you cannot comprehend how it is to not live in the water. It's kind of the same with capitalism. This is the system. And the system has this ability to kind of do everything to propagate itself, even if it's not a conscious being, right? But the way the system exists is to just propagate itself, right? Like you have capitalism, and capitalism leads to more capitalism, and more capitalism leads to more capitalism, and so on. And until there's going to be a conscious effort from people in, you know, to kind of understand the problems of the system and try to change it, nothing is going to change. Are we going to do it eventually? Maybe. Can I fault every person that engages in capitalism for doing it? No, that would be stupid to do that, right? Because I'm telling you, like, most people don't even think about this. Most people don't even understand that there's something else other than capitalism to engage with. So if they don't understand it, it's like, how are they going to change it? They won't, right? They don't even think about it. It's like the idea that you could change it. Man, we got from God to capitalism. God damn it, Krishan.
Happens every
I
time,
think,
doesn't it?
Happens every time. God damn it.
I think the deepest argument for capitalism is a promise of ownership, wherein you can have a car, you can have a house, you can have possession, and this possession is promised. And I think that's a very deep
I would
thing
disagree.
to
I would
a-
disagree.
to a person.
So if you read Karl Marx, and I know it's kind of like saying Hitler to some people, but one of the things with Marx is that he didn't hate capitalism, right? It's like he didn't have like a hatred for capitalism. Quite the contrary, because it's like he acknowledged the fact that capitalism was a much better system than what was before capitalism, right? It was much better than mercantilism and feudalism, way better, right? So it's a preferable system to those other systems. But at the same time, he also understood one very important thing, which is the fact that capitalism had a promise embedded in it. And the promise was everybody's going to have stuff. Everybody's going to be able to afford what they need in order to live happy, fulfilling lives that they control. And the sad reality of capitalism was that it didn't do that, right? Capitalism, by its own nature, creates the haves and the have-nots. And that's not fair, right? That is, you're still going to have people which are poor for no real good reason, right? And even if you're trying to say, oh, but they're not working hard enough, but this and that, it's kind of bullshit, right? Because you cannot be a billionaire, for example, just by your own hard work, right? In order to become a billionaire or even a millionaire, you will have to exploit other people. You will have to create that wealth on the back of other people that did a lot of work for which you did not pay. So no matter how you look at it, it's like somebody is going to win this game of capitalism and other people are going to lose, right? That's why when you're looking, just a second, I'm going to explain it to you. That's why it's like when you're looking at like some successful European countries, okay, that are still kind of capitalistic in a way, but the reason they're successful and the reason that the people in those countries live happy lives is because they said, I mean, we still have to have capitalism because that's the organization of the economy at like a global level, right? We need to engage in these practices because there's no other way. That being said, we're gonna do a lot of socialism inside the country. We're gonna have a lot of free shit, right? That you don't have to go through like hoops to get it, right? We're gonna make sure that people have places where they can live. We're gonna make sure that they're not dying of hunger. We're gonna make sure that they get medical treatment. We're gonna make sure that they get an education as kids, right? And they did all these things. That's why when you're going into like the Nordic countries and most European countries for that matter, right? Like including like France and Germany and Italy, it's like you're gonna see that most people do live decent lives. Like the vast majority of people live decent lives. And the way this happened is by curtailing the needs of capitalism, right? Having higher taxes, right? Redistributing some of the wealth that capital owners actually make, right? And coming back to your question, and sorry for being this long-winded, right? You're asking, okay, what do I mean by exploitation? Well, it's a very simple concept. The concept is like if I have a business and I'm employing you in my business, and I'm paying you, let's say, $1,000, I surely, it's like, in order for me to be profitable, to pay you $1,000 a month, you have to make more than $1,000, right? You have to be worth, let's say, at least 100 to 1.2k dollars, right? $1,200, right? So what I'm doing, I'm making you work for $1,200. I'm only paying you $1,000, and then I'm taking the 200 for myself, right? And that's the exploitation part, the way that I see it. You might disagree with it, right? And there's plenty of people that disagree that that's exploitation, but that's how I see it, as being an exploitation, because I'm literally taking your work.
So let's take a more like an example. Iron mine. So I have the technology to mine iron, melt it, and make iron beams. And from these iron beams, we can make bridges and buildings. And these bridges and buildings would not exist without me. The masses might be thousands. And yes, they are the ones going into the mines and dying of the poison gases. And I'm just sitting back in my castle reaping the rewards. But without me, there will be no steel. There would be no bridges. There would be no
that's
towers
wrong.
rising from the earth.
No, without you, the iron would still be in the same place on Earth. You did not put the
It would
iron
be
there.
rusted.
It would still be there.
It'd be rusted.
No,
It'd be
just a
rusted
second.
under the earth.
No. I mean, it wouldn't rust because it's inside the Earth. It's like iron mine. Whatever it's
Oxidized,
called.
right? But yeah.
No, it's not. It's not oxidized because it's like iron ore, right? It's inside the Earth. It doesn't oxidize. There's no fucking oxygen there. Very, very little, right? Regardless, it would still be there, right? Like the iron mine itself would still be in the same place with or without you, right? The moment you developed like an idea of how to extract the iron ore from the earth, unless you're doing all the work by yourself, you are going to need the work of other people, right? The moment you need the work of other people, and again, it's like you're going to exploit them if you're going to pay them less than what they're producing. That's the whole concept, right? If you're paying people less than what they're producing, right? You're taking things that they work for, right? And you didn't work for, right? You didn't work for those things, they did, right? So if you're taking from them, it's a type of exploitation, right? Some people would even call it stealing. I wouldn't go that far, right? To say it's stealing, because that would be like a legal term. But I could say that you are exploiting those people, right? Whenever you're driving your iron ore from the mine to the factory that you're melting it in, unless you build them with your own two hands, they're not your roads, right? Usually those roads are roads that are being built by the state from the work of everybody in the country, right? So if you're just going to look at all the things you're kind of taking for granted, right? You're going to see that, well, it's actually not just you, right? You are exploiting people. You are exploiting society. You are exploiting like a lot of things that you maybe didn't even think about that you're doing, right?
No, well, every word that I speak was thought out by a person that is dead, long gone. But I cannot pay them because they are not present. It's only the people who are here. So the point still stands that the market wants to pay me for my steel, and I might not be paying my workers a fair wage, but I'm paying them better than the market is offering because I'm offering a new product, and the market is willing to pay a lot, and I'm taking my profit from it. I don't see.
Well, I mean,
where
it's
the
like
issue is.
okay, even if let's say you pay above the market, again, if you're paying them less than what they're producing, you are benefiting from other people's work and not from your work. And that's the exploitation part of it. And then you can have like your rationalization is like, oh, it's like I'm actually paying them better and whatnot. And cool, yeah, that could be true. It wouldn't it wouldn't stand in contrast to what I said, right? It's like it wouldn't have anything to do with what I said, because my point is like, where is the exploitation coming from, right? Everything else is kind of besides the point.
Yeah, dude, I'm kind of playing devil's advocate.
Oh, it's fine. It's like, you know, we're
Right.
having a conversation now because we went from Jesus to to Marx, basically the same person.
But I think doesn't it come down to control? I think money is control, and the more money you can accumulate,
of course,
the more control you have. And this
this
dream
is
of controlling the world.
This was like Marx's one of the critiques from Marx, right? Because what he understood, and it's like, you know, it's a super valid critique, right? And that everybody can understand is that money, capital in general, translates into political power. The more capital you have, the more political power you're going to have. The more political power you're going to have as a person, as one person in a state, that means you're going to be able to unjustly impact the laws of that country, right? You're going to have it in such a way that the laws, right, and the legislation of the country is going to cater to your needs instead of the needs of the population, right? Instead of this thing kind of being distributed to everybody, you know, one person, one vote, you are going to be able to have your ways more than anybody else, right? That's why if you're looking at let's say the United States today, and you're going to see how legislation is passed, right? Usually, you know, regardless of what the people want in a legislation, the chances of a piece of legislation passing, they're kind of there, right? Like 50-50, right? It doesn't matter. Let's say 80% of the population wants these things to pass. The chances of it passing, 50-50. 20% wanting it, still the chances are 50-50. But this thing actually changes a lot when you're looking at the richest people in the country, right? If you're looking at like the top like 5% in the United States and their wants, right? If 80% of the people, right, of the rich people in the United States want a piece of legislation to pass, there's kind of like an 80% chances of it to pass, right? So that's when it's like their will actually matches the chances of a piece of legislation to pass. But the will of the people, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really affect it one way or another, right? And if you're looking at just that thing, you're going to understand exactly how capital actually can pervert a society, and it can make things very unfair. And people, eventually things are going to go to shit because there's going to be more and more and more things that are kind of working against the will of the people, right? And eventually people are going to feel that, and they're going to kind of try to revolt one way or another.
I think the argument is that some of us are just smarter and more experienced, might be the word, but some of us are just, know more about the world, and their vote should weigh more heavy. And how do we find out who is more competent? Capitalism. Capitalism allows the more competent among us to acquire assets and wealth, to better choose what happens with these assets and wealth, because we do have a huge portion of the population sitting in a circus eating cake, and they don't know anything about anything.
But you see, that's like reality is kind of standing in contrast with what you're saying. Because if that was the case, these Nordic countries that have more socialistic ideals and that put more socialism and more distribution of wealth, they should be doing worse. Because it's exactly what you're saying. Like they're taking all the money from the rich people that know what to do with that money, and they're using it for like all these plebeians, right? It's like all this like riffraff. And that's actually not the case, right? They're living more happy and fulfilled lives in those countries. Whereas in a country like the United States, where like the wealth gap is just increasing year over year, things are actually getting worse. People feel like they don't have any kind of control over their lives. They're living increasingly more unhappy lives, right? In a country where they're doing exactly what you said. They're leaving more money in the hands of the rich, right? Because they have the exact same argument you're having right now. They're saying, oh, they clearly know what to do with that money better than, poor people. That's not the case. Just, the ability to make money doesn't tell you how smart somebody is. It doesn't tell you how moral somebody is. It only tells you what their ability to make money is, right? That's how you have people like fucking Donald Trump, right? Like super rich. Why? It's not like oh my God, this smart fucking cookie. No, he's not, right? He actually lost more money before becoming president than other people. But he was a nepo baby, right? He was coming from wealth. And that's it. That's what matters the most. Right? If you're coming from wealth, you might live a life where you don't have to work a single second in your life. And you're going to feel like you deserve it. Do you? I don't think you do. And other people are working 2-3 jobs and they're still fucking poor as shit.
Yeah, dude. I think like in a garden scenario, if you have 2 trees, one that bears fruit and one that doesn't, a capitalist will take his bag of fertilizer and throw it on the fruit-bearing tree. Yeah,
but that's...
socialist would flip it or maybe throw it on the tree that is with it.
Can I tell you what the capitalist would do? Okay, because this is a great analogy that you made, right? If you have 2 trees, one that bears fruit and another one that doesn't bear fruit, the capitalist would build a fence around the tree that makes fruit and wouldn't let anybody go in. That's what he would make. And we know that because that's exactly what capitalists do. If there's an easy way to make money, every capitalist is going to go for the easy way to make money, right? If tomorrow, it would be more profitable to have slavery back, right? They would advocate for slavery to be back. If tomorrow it would be more profitable for them to have women as second-class citizens again, they would advocate for that. Because the only thing that matters for the capitalist is the production of capital. You just need more and more capital because for some of them it's just a game, right? It is the game who wins more. Who wins more at this real-life monopoly?
Are you saying they're mostly motivated by greed and self-interest?
Yeah, shocker, right?
Money is a very abstract thing as well. It could mean a lot of different things to different people, and maybe some people haven't thought about it too deeply.
Well, that's why I didn't say money. What I said is not money, I said capital, right? Because capital doesn't always just mean like money. Obviously, money is just a story. It's a fiction we tell ourselves. But capital
I think
doesn't mean just money.
I think money might be more something that pertains to your average Joe as well. But I hear what you're saying. But I think we're talking about, pretty much the same thing.
You are correct. You're absolutely correct. Like most people, if you're saying the word capital, for most people that would mean money, right? Because it is what it means for most people. It's just money, right? That's capital. It's money. But yeah, it's like all these like rich billionaires. Imagine like Elon Musk, right? He's like the world's richest person, and he has like I don't know how many hundreds of billions, right? He doesn't actually have like a bank safe, and inside the bank safe, you have all these billions of dollars, like stacked. Obviously that's not the case, right? The way he has this money, it's the value, it's the perceived value of the things he has, like Tesla or SpaceX or whatever technology he's lying people that he's going to make come true at some point in time, right? So it's a story. It's a story that he's telling people, and it's very successful, right? Like a lot of people just buy into that stuff, right? And then it's like the more people buy into his bullshit, the more they have to believe that that bullshit is going to happen someday, right? Because they're going to be too invested, right? So they need to double down sometimes until the bubble just bursts. And when the bubble bursts, well, it's not him that is going to pay for that, right? It's also us. We pay for that because the bubble has repercussions throughout the whole economy. And that's when everybody suffers. And the people that suffer the most are not going to be the billionaires, and the millionaires are still going to be the poorest people in society, right? And let's say the famous middle class, right? And there's still going to be a transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich. That's how it goes in capitalism. There's no moving around it,
Yeah, I think also assets have become very abstract. When we started having a market and investing in shares, these are abstract numbers on papers that can mean a lot in physical terms. Like you could buy a lot of bananas and feed yourself for 100 years, but in the moment, it's just like symbols on paper. It's
Dude,
not
back in the
yet
day, it was
bananas.
tulips. Do you remember the tulip? Do you know the tulip boom? So
Yeah.
there was this
Yes.
moment, when people were just investing a shit ton of money in tulip bulbs, right, from the Netherlands. And when the market crashed, holy shit, a lot of bulbs were just thrown away, right? But at least people were investing in something that was real, right? It's at least it was a tangible thing. But if you are ever curious, just go and look at the market share of car manufacturers, right? And see exactly, how much does Ford produces, right? Or total number of vehicles in the world, and so on, right? And just look at all the car manufacturers, and then look at the share price, right, for all these car manufacturers. And once you do that, look at the difference between the price of shares of, let's say, Volkswagen, and then compare with the price of the shares of Tesla, right? And you're gonna see there's a huge difference, a huge difference. Tesla is being valued at an insane level, right? An insane level. Why? And then ask yourself, why are people doing that? They're not doing it because Tesla is producing a lot of cars. It's not because Tesla is producing super good cars, because they're not. They're not producing a lot of cars. They're not producing amazingly great cars either, right? They're kind of shit cars, and they're not that many. But people are buying into the story that Elon Musk is telling them, that they're going to produce the first self-driving car in the world. That's all. And they still believe in it, right? He said that it's going to be ready 5 years ago. And it's still not ready. And it's not even close to being ready. And it's probably not going to be ready in the next 10 years, right? But people believe in it. But the moment people are going to... It doesn't even have to be all people. The moment just a few people that have a lot of shares are going to stop believing in this bullshit, and they're going to sell their shares, Tesla stock is going to plummet and is going to crash, and the bang from that crash is going to reverberate throughout probably the world economy, because it's going to be embedded with AI at that point and with a lot of other shit. So we have to thank Elon Musk for lying to everybody so well. He's really good at it.
Yeah, dude, I think one of the next moves that I saw a short about is capital investment is linking your mortgage and your credit card to your gambling.
Oh my god.
So that you don't have to have positive credit to gamble.
I fucking
maybe you've lost, so you can use your losses to make up even more losses. It's crazy, dude.
Okay, wait, you're just making
What?
me depressed right now. It's if that's gonna be the case, oh my god. Christian, where are we going, man? What is this world going to? Oh my god, we're just going to
You want to
implode.
make some prophecies?
Oh my god, no, I don't, because I
where the
know
world's
if I start, I'm going to be correct, and I don't want that. I want to be a false prophet. God damn it! Imagine linking your your house to fucking gambling. Like, why would you do that? Why would you ever do that in your life? Never do
That
that.
sounds fun.
Yeah, that sounds fun until it's not fun anymore, right? But yeah, it is something
That sounds like the attitude of a gambling loser.
gambling loser.
Just win.
Yeah,
Just
just
win.
win. I mean, it's that easy, right? It's just win, man. Come on, it's like
Yeah.
just win. It's like be a winner, don't be a loser. But yeah, unfortunately for the gambling world, I don't like to gamble. I think I only gambled like once in my life when I was young, and you know, you have like this statewide thing where you have to guess like the 6 numbers, like the lottery, right?
Lottery. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just did that like I think once or twice, right? When I was young, I was like 15 or something, and that's the last time I did it. I fucking hate gambling. I don't like. I don't see the point in gambling, so I just don't do it. You know, I just rather not gamble my whole life on like a few numbers or whatever else. But yeah.
Like it can be fun entertainment as long as you do it responsibly. But then people definitely ruin
Yeah.
their whole lives over it.
Oh yeah, no, that's for sure. That's for sure. But anyway,
You know, like,
it's been
uh,
just a second. Wait, we're gonna continue, but for now, I will have to stop the stream. It's been 4 hours and 20 minutes. That's a lot, and I'm pretty tired too. So I'm gonna start the stream. Thanks to everybody that was part of the stream, even if they're not here anymore. So yeah, I'm gonna stop the stream now. There you go. Stop streaming, dude.